Welcome to Firebreathing Kittens, a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons podcast. We are joined by Pidge.
Hello. I am a 3-foot-tall rock gnome transfiguration wizard. I'm a Nuzlocke challenge character, so if I die for more than a minute, I'm dead for good.
A monist.
Hi. I am a level 10 fighter with twin swords strapped to my back and a really cool dog that follows me around.
And Minir.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Minir. I'm a Galabdur, which means I'm a 6'4" and 400-pound rock. I trained with druids, and I am able to take a variety of different shapes.
Alright, you are all in the Firebreathing Kittens Guild Hall. The guild is a large building with a bar, a sitting area with wooden tables and chairs, and a wall with a corkboard and job flyers posted. You notice there are 2 job flyers on the board. One is a high-quality parchment with beautiful handwriting and calligraphy. The other seems to have been written on a dried banana leaf.
Interesting. Amonis glances at the flyers and thinks, we're going to get to that in a minute. But hello! we have a new friend. Pidge, what's the deal with this guy? Have we met him before?
We haven't. He looks like he is a talking rock.
That's exciting.
Oh, I'm sure. If I don't move for too long, people tend to think I'm inanimate.
We have opinions about statues.
No, he's not a statue. He's really a rock.
Hi, I'm a monist. Who are you?
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Minir.
Oh, very nice to meet you.
Like a standing stone.
Okay, all right. I did not know that word before. Interesting. Learn something new every day. So what brings you to the Firebreathing Kittens?
Well, I'd been sitting in a forest for quite some time, and I've learned about animals, but now I need to learn a bit more about humanoids. And I saw some of you, walking into town. I just followed suit, and I was directed here. Apparently you guys love adventure and stuff, so I got my tattoo. Well, they didn't so much tattoo it on me as chisel it on me. It was a terrifying experience, but I'm happy to go on some adventures with you all and have some fun.
Well,
and learn a few things.
We definitely have a lot of adventures here. Tell me, what should we know about you? What kind of cool stuff can you do?
I was brought into this place by druids, and by studying them and learning with them, and then, as I said, sitting in the forest for at least 40 years, I developed a certain talent at taking different shapes, like the animals. I could walk like the animals, talk like the animals, and just be one.
And sing like the animals, too.
I want to be like you.
I've not tried. I could try singing at some point, but I make no guarantees. I barely have any vocal cords. I don't think I have any. I've never looked inside.
Pidge tips her hat to you and says, I like shape changers. It's nice to meet you, Minir.
It's nice to meet you. Your name was? I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
Hi, I'm Pidge Beekman.
Pleasure to meet you. And what can you do?
I turn hags into sloths.
Oh,
she's like
more shape changing.
Yeah, she's like the external version of you. She makes other things change shape, or form, or energy levels, or positions. Really, any kind of change.
Aggressive polymorphing.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah. And a monist has these swords strapped to his back that are electric and frost.
Oh.
They look very sharp.
Yes. Try not to touch those.
I definitely won't, because too much cold tends to make me crack.
Yeah, I figured it might. Yeah. Huh. Well, should we look at these job flyers? It looks like we have a very broad spectrum of quality calligraphy over here.
Sure.
Yes. It might be my nature inclination, but the banana leaf does speak to me.
Usually the people who do not have as much money do give more interesting quests. So, I don't know. I'm very open to either of these here. All right.
What do you think, Pidge?
Yeah.
All right, so which one are you looking at or reading?
Let's read the banana leaf first.
All right. The banana leaf has a message written in common, but the signature is Elven, and you can kind of tell in the common speech that it was written with some sort of an Elven handwriting. It's very well done. The message is still, it sounds quite distressed. It starts with the word urgent in capital letters. Urgent. Sage Serena of the Iluchi tribe requests adventurers to aid her and her crew in finding the lost vessel known as the Vegan Princess and save any potential survivors. Time is of the essence. The bottom of the leaf is signed in the name of Sage Serena of the Aluchi tribe in Elven script that kind of strangely looks like a wave. Like it's sort of a very curvy way of signing a note. There's also the name of a seaside hotel here in Nicomoy, the Fat Mermaid Hotel and Spa.
All right.
What does the other flyer say?
The other flyer, the one that is made out of parchment and very nice calligraphy, starts with Baron Wildingham seeks the help of seasoned adventurers to discover the whereabouts of the famous vegan princess and retrieve a precious heirloom believed to have been on board. Travel expenses will be covered, and the quest will be well compensated upon completion. The address of Wildingham Manor is listed next to a heavy signature and a wax seal.
Interesting. So both people want us to find this ship.
Okay. So, suggestion. Baron Wildingham has mentioned travel to the vegan princess. So we could use Baron Wildingham's travel to get there and urgently save the lost vessel. Anybody?
Absolutely. And while we're there, we look for his heirloom. We could potentially complete both of these quests.
Yeah.
That's very clever.
I feel like the Baron's also probably evil, just starting out. First,
What makes you think
first
that?
impression. Because he doesn't care that it's urgent and that people are in danger. He cares about items, so...
Oh, that's very interesting. I'll make a note of that.
May not be evil, maybe just simply selfish. As long as he's funding our journey, doesn't matter.
Yeah, he'll get us there, and then we can save people.
Yeah. Okay. Who should we talk to first?
The Baron? Because we need to get there right away.
Well, if we think we're going to leave... Because I think we should at least speak to both people. If we're going to get there right from the Baron... Like, we may not be able to leave after we agree to travel.
Okay. So we'll go to the Fat Mermaid, get the number of missing people from Sage Serena, go to the Baron, and get our travel paid for.
Perfect.
Now that sounds like a plan. We can make sure that they're compatible at the same time. You never know.
Or maybe we could even bring the priestess with us to meet the Baron.
I feel like they probably don't get along.
Maybe not. I don't know.
It would make for some interesting interaction, though.
All right.
I could definitely catalog that.
Okay, one of you guys name drop the Baron while we're going to the Sage Serena first. See what she thinks of him.
Can I do a history check to see if I am familiar at all with this sect of elves? Because I am an elf myself.
Right. Feel free to roll a history check, yes.
Okay. 10.
You know that there are elves. You know that some elves can live and commune with the sea. And the Aluchi tribe refers to sea elves. That's what you would know with a 10. Beyond that, you haven't met any of those tribes, haven't dealt with them, but you know that they exist and that they're a tribe of sea elves.
Okay. All right. Do I know where the Fat Mermaid is?
It's a seaside hotel in the port section of Nicomoy. The address is listed on the job flyer as well, because she wanted to be found. So it's fairly easy to find once you have the address and the name.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do that.
All right.
Seems like a plan.
All right. So you head to the Fat Mermaid. It is a quick walk to get to the Fat Mermaid. It is the Fat Mermaid Hotel and Spa is a tall building of pink stone and circular design, like something very Gaudi-esque in my mind. And it faces the ocean. There's a sign above the door that shows a beautiful Fat Mermaid enjoying a very relaxing bathtub.
Ooh. I often do the same to get polished before nice events.
Who has high charisma?
Not I, with a -1.
A giant stone tends to be terribly awkward for people.
You're probably at least not negative, Amonist.
Where is it in my list? I feel like charisma. I'm a 1.
That's better than -1.
Oh,
I could try see maybe she's a druid. You mentioned the sea and elves and tribes sounds somewhat natural or out in the wild. I could say a few words to her in druidic.
All right, that's our plan. Let's head in. I will be quiet.
all right. I will as well.
All right.
Unless necessary.
So you head into the hotel, and you see, as you open the door, you are met with a little halfling woman who works behind a front desk. She's probably standing on a box or something, because it's a medium-sized front desk. And she seems to be ready to greet you all, looking at you with a big smile. Oh, hello.
Pleasure to meet you. Is there anybody here by the name of Serena?
Oh, yes, they're at the penthouse. Did you...
Sounds fancy.
Fancy it is, yes. They've been here for quite some time. You know what? Let me get you to them, of course. And she rings a little bell, and after a moment, a gnomish bellboy comes and gently guides you up the stairs to the penthouse of the hotel and spa. It's not like a 20-story building, but it does take a little bit of time to get up the stairs all the way to the penthouse. And finally, the little bellboy knocks on the door and quickly kind of runs away.
Bye.
With a little bow, quickly runs away and leaves you in front of the door. After a moment, the door opens to a tall sea elf wearing a blue tunic and leggings, and carrying, hooked to his belt, what appears to be a circular sword, a chakram. He opens the door. You recognize the sea qualities of this elf right away. There are marks that look like gills on the sides of his neck, and it appears like his hair are continuously wet. Behind him are 6 others of these sea elves, in similar outfits, and as he asks you, who are you, and why are you here? You quickly catch a glimpse of a woman sitting on a couch behind him.
Oh, well, we saw a banana leaf with a bit of scribbles on it, and we were directed here to see Serena.
Oh, of course. And behind him you hear, yes, please come in. The sea elf stands aside and lets you come into the penthouse, a very, high-quality suite for this group of elves to stay in during their time in Nicomoy. And you see what appears to be Sage Serena sitting on the couch. She wears a long teal-colored dress that looks both fancy and practical. It's not over fancy, it's just very nice. Her hair is intricately braided with jewels, beads, and seashells, and one of those little beaded circlets around her forehead. And she seems relatively nice. She greets you with a smile, and yes, I believe you answer to my announcement, right? Are you adventurers?
That's why we're here. My friends and I are Firebreathing Kittens.
Oh, very good. Yes. I know we left a message there not long ago. Please sit. Would you like some tea?
Yeah, yes, please. And actually, he says the yes, please, but in Druidic, to see if he gets a response.
She hears the sounds, but don't seem to react to Druid speech.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please. I forget sometimes that not everybody speaks Garnet.
Very well. She indicates to one of the sea elves to bring you, to start brewing actually some tea that he brings to you on one of those little coffee tables. She invites you to sit, and let's talk business, shall we? So
I sit.
Very well.
As do I.
Very well. I am Sage Serena of the Eluchi tribe. You must know this if you have answered to this announcement. I tend to travel to Nicomoy very often as an ambassador for my people. My brother is the chief of our tribe. I usually tend to travel with Captain Zadi of the Vegan Princess. Unfortunately, it seems like the boat has disappeared. my fiancée, Viola Wildingham, was on board. 2 months ago, they set sail.
Wait, what was the name of your fiance?
Viola Wildingham.
All right, keep going.
2 months ago, she wanted to set sail for the Iluchi tribe islands. We have a little archipelago, and she wanted to go there to meet my brother, to ask for his blessing following our engagement. As part of my tribe, it is customary for someone who wants to marry into the family to go and ask the elder for their blessing and to present themselves with a gift. She went to my friend Captain Zadi, asked if she could be taken to our island, and I have not seen her since or heard from the vegan princess. I've managed to communicate with my brother, and it appears they never made it there. As you can imagine, I was heartbroken. I prayed to the nature and to sea gods every day for weeks, hoping for a sign. And yesterday, I got one. I got a sense of a location. I marked it on this map here, and I'm trying to get people to go to this location, so hoping that maybe there are survivors and that Viola will be among them.
Do you know how many people were on the ship in total?
I'm not sure. Captain Zadi would have been on board for sure. Her crew. I don't know if she had any other passengers than my Viola.
Okay.
How long ago? Weeks?
It was about 2 months ago, a few weeks.
2 months ago. Okay.
Oh, wow.
All right. So who gave you the location? Is that a god you pray to, or?
Yes, I, as part of my duties as a spiritual consultant for our tribe, I commune with the spirits and I commune with the universe quite a bit. Through these rituals, I tend to get answers from the stars and from the gods above. And one of those prayers was answered, and I seem to have found the location of the princess.
Okay. Do you have a map?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Here it is, and she quickly pulls out this parchment, where she's basically drawn a little bit of a map. She drew it herself. It seems it's very sketchy. Well, it's not sketchy. It's sketched. And
she's sketchy.
And you see basically from these from the markings, you can tell that she's marked the itinerary that the vegan princess was supposed to follow, meaning going into these eastern islands. And it seems like the ping she received was somewhat south of the trajectory that they would have followed.
So they almost got there.
Yes.
But they got derailed.
It appeared so. They were right on track, and then apparently they were diverted. What happened, I do not know. I was actually hoping to go there myself. I have no boat, but I am able to cover some expenses. If we are able to find a boat and a captain, I will gladly accompany you with my retinue so we can try and find her.
Hey, can I talk to my friends privately for a second?
Of course, by all means.
All right. And can I do an insight check on her as I talk to my friends? Like as I walk away with my friends?
Of course. Is there something you're trying to kind of figure out about her speech?
I want to know why she waited 2 months, because that's long enough for a person to die of a lack of water if they're stranded on a desert island. So insight check on this crazy lady. Oh, I'm not good at charisma-based things.
Insight is wisdom.
Oh, is it? Okay, good. All right. 13?
13?
Does she look like she's sweating? Is there a bead of sweat as she lies about something?
I mean, she always looks a little bit sweaty. That's part of the sea elf charm.
No sweatier than usual?
No sweatier than usual. She seems very earnest.
Okay, she seems earnest. All right, I want to talk to Amonist and Manir.
Right.
Okay, what's up?
Yo, she waited 2 months for her fiance.
That might not be unusual for an elf.
Do they not
Time
drink
passes-
water? Do you
Time
not drink
passes
water?
a bit differently. I don't think she's necessarily assuming they're out of water. I think she was waiting for her fiance to come back from a long voyage and didn't get overly concerned when the ship was a bit delayed. But now it's been 2 months and this is more than just a delay.
Okay, so like the whole trip was supposed to take a while, and then
I mean, it was a trans-ocean voyage.
yeah.
Who knows?
I'm a little interested because she says she's an ambassador, a diplomat, and I'm not very well versed in politics. And he takes out just a small little book and he starts looking at notes that he's taken over the course of like the few weeks he's been in town, and he says, "To my understanding, humanoids don't always marry for love. Are we sure that this wasn't some sort of political marriage or something, and maybe she has an interest in us finding her not breathing?"
Oh gosh, like it was an arranged marriage and she wanted her off?
I
Wow.
wouldn't presume,
Veneer.
but I'm just wondering.
Oh gosh.
And he puts his little book away. You see, this is why I don't talk too much.
Well, this would explain the 2-month delay. So, Manir, it's possible. There's nothing ruling that out. Anybody else notice how she didn't mention that Wildingham is the same name as a noble family? Like a Baron Wildingham implies that the person, Fiona, who's lost is very wealthy. And she didn't mention that at all. Like, so Lady is sketch, but let's just get the reward from her and then figure out right by our own decision.
Should we
Please negotiate a
name
reward.
drop the Barrowman?
And don't let on that we know the Baron, because I don't trust her.
Okay. I will keep my mouth shut.
So do you go back to speak with her?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, we got to
You are
negotiate
Paige?
the reward. No, not me. I'll let Manir do it. Or Amonis. Amonis, you're good at this.
Okay. Amonis sidles up to her and says, "You know, we think love is one of the most important things. we absolutely want to help you. The question, though, is we do have quite a few people in need of help. Is there anything that you can do to help us fund our adventures helping others?"
Of course. If you're willing to accompany us, evidently I will cover expenses of, renting a boat, a captain, and taking care of the crew. We need to have rations if we're going to be traveling for a few days, and I will happily cover that. I did not come with many treasures, as you might expect, but if we travel and we are able to get word to my brother, we can get a lot of treasures out of our tribe's vaults. We are a small tribe on a little island, but we are quite wealthy.
Ah, very good. I think that that would do quite a bit. Anything in particular that you think you can offer us? Anything in those treasure vaults that would be helpful to the kittens?
I know we had a lot of jewels. I know we have a lot of magical secrets that we can offer. One of them being this magical ink we design ourselves. And quickly she kind of lifts her sleeve for a little bit, and you see that her entire arm is wrapped in tattoos that show, waves and sea, and there are like some fishes in that design. We are specialists of these magical tattoos that grant many benefits, and I know this is one thing that we are famous for and that we are appreciated for. And if we were to find my beloved, I would gladly share these secrets with you.
Ah, very good. All right. Let me confer with my partners for one moment.
Very well.
We walk away briefly. All right. So it sounds like we're going to get some cash, maybe some magical items out of this vault. But I think we still need to talk to the Baron. I don't think we necessarily need her to fund the journey. We already have a ship.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in this vault. Do you think
Yeah.
we should ask her to come with us to meet the Baron?
No, I think you should tell her that we work best alone, and that, of course, we'll do our best to return her beloved to her safely, and that she need not get in the way until that time.
But how will she come with us to the vault?
Well, we'll go get her after, everything's okay.
She could send word to her brother, too. I'm assuming that they have some sort of means of communication.
Yes.
Yes, let's bring a letter from her telling her brother to give us access to the vault.
I love that.
Yes, she could give us another banana leaf.
Yes.
All right. I walk back up to her and say, we do tend to work best alone. This is sounding like it might be dangerous, and I would not want to endanger someone so important to her people. If you would be so kind to give us a letter for your brother stating that we may have access to the vault in order to reap our payment for undergoing this quest. I think we could handle the journey ourselves.
All right, roll a persuasion for that, please.
All right. Okay, that plus... Where's my character?
I don't trust her as far as I can throw her. She did not tell us several key pieces of information.
Have you asked for several key pieces of information?
No.
I got 15.
15 persuasion. All right. So she listens to you, and I understand. I understand that I'm not an adventurer like you and your guild. However, I think you'll understand that she is my beloved. I would go there by myself. I just do not have the means, and I think a few experienced adventurers with us will help. If you do not want me to come with you, then I will find a way to go by myself, and we'll have to see who gets there first.
This
I
lady's
think we
weird.
should take her with us.
Okay, all right.
I'm very
I
sorry
don't
to say
trust
this.
her. I don't like her. I don't want her to come with us. Disapprove.
We could offer a lot
Nope.
of protection. Look at, she.
Yeah, I see your sexy boy toys. I know. Them's bait. Nope.
I'm just curious as to why, if you already have a party of, well, including yourself, 9 people here? What's your interest in having 3 more?
And how could you possibly abandon your post, fair diplomat?
Oh, my post as diplomat, I travel back and forth quite a lot. Usually I would have done this with Captain Zadi, but the boat is not here right now. It's been lost. I need to go back to my people. Abandoning my post, I'm sure they can deal without me as I go and find my beloved. Now, if you are not willing to help me, then I think we must be off. I must admit, I'm quite disappointed. I was told the Firebreathing Kitten would have been able to help a little bit more. This is, you're the second people to turn me away in 2 days.
Oh, Pidge is waving her hands. Okay, first off, second people to tell her no. Very interesting. Don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Personal note. Second off, what I say out loud is, oh, of course not. We meant no offense. I'm gonna grovel. Is that a D&D action? Can I grovel? I'm gonna, be very shy and timid and polite and so, no. Of course not, ma'am. We meant no offense. Oh, please forgive my rude friend. And Amonis. Sorry, you gotta take one for the team.
Yes. we were only thinking of your safety because you had mentioned that you needed adventurers. This makes me think it's going to be quite dangerous, but I can see that your love for your fiancé is making you very willing to risk the danger.
Oh, well, your love for your fiancé overwhelms your risk to yourself. You important diplomat, you're willing to risk all of that. And your country, and you're standing here for one person. Of course. Let us we have to go prepare, and then we will come and pick you up and take you with us.
Very well. I will wait.
Okay. Oh, and no offense meant by that. Of course you'll come with us.
You'll have to excuse us. We aren't the most comfortable public speakers of the gang.
Yeah.
I am not very comfortable speaking with you either, so I understand.
Oh, okay. And then can we leave?
Of course. Of course.
Let's be out
Before
of
this
this.
gets worse.
Oh my gosh, you guys. All right. So let's be outside right now. Outside of the spa.
Yes, outside.
Okay. So we were the second people to turn her down?
I wonder if the Baron was the first.
I wonder what all she's not telling us. This sketchy ass lady that I did not trust as far as I can throw. So whether or not we come back for her is up to what the Baron tells us, yeah?
But I have an idea just before we leave. It hasn't been so very long. She's probably still talking about us. what if I turned into a little tiny bird and perched myself on the window?
Do it. Do it.
All right. So Minir is going to find just a place that's out of eyeshot, and his form just kind of like melts away by turning into like grains of sand that just wisp away on the wind, and a little tiny sparrow is left, and he'll just flutter out to the penthouse and perch on the window and listen.
Amonis is amazed at the aerodynamic ability of a stone sparrow.
All right, you perch yourself on the top of, next to the window, like you said. What languages do you speak?
I speak Common, Dwarvish, Druidic, Giant, and Terran.
You see them talk, and they seem pretty animated in their discussion. The 6 sea elf, let's call them guards that were with her, particularly are pretty animated. She looks, as opposed to how she looked as she was sitting with you, it seems like her guard's down a little bit. Like she was sitting straight when you were talking to her. She poised herself very well. Mm-hmm. Now you can tell she kind of exhaled for a little bit and the shoulders are down. You can roll an insight check to kind of read her body language if you want. However, you don't understand the language they're speaking.
I will try for an insight check. Ooh, that is not great. It will be 5.
She does not look happy. That's as far as I can tell.
So he'll flutter back.
What did you learn?
Become a giant stone once again. And, well, she's mad.
Oh, is she?
I feel like she got mad with very little provocation.
Yeah, she did.
She did seem to snap a bit, didn't she?
Let's go talk to that Baron.
All right.
We can, and if need be, I guess we could name drop her with the Baron.
That's of last resort. I will keep that in mind. But yeah, I mean...
Oh, wait. But if Viola is indeed related to the Baron, wouldn't the daughter of some high-standing... and then he looks through his notebook again, and he's like, okay, Baron is a lordship. Anyway, some sort of nobility's daughter be an important subject in current news and current events?
Yes. And it's very suspicious that the Baron isn't actively searching for someone they're related to. They might not know that she's on the boat. So many problems here. We want to not show our cards and get as much information from the Baron as we can.
Okay.
But yeah, you're totally on to those human politic things. Yes.
And he makes a few notes.
Good job, Minir.
Thank you.
Learning. Amonist, you want to go to the Baron?
Yeah, let's go.
All right. You head a little bit more uptown, a little bit further away from the port as you walk to Willingham Manor. When you get there, it's an imposing mansion surrounded by a very stylized iron fence. There's a huge banner depicting the Willingham coat of arms, which is a griffin, against a stormy sky. And the banner just dangles from the large balcony above the front door.
I like these people already. Griffins represent truth.
Oh, interesting.
All right, let's go in.
All right. So if one of you knocks on the door, they would be greeted very quickly by a butler. A butler opens the door. Yes. What do you want?
Hello. Are you Albert?
I'm not Albert.
Sorry. It's a joke.
All right.
Hi, Prisma.
This is why I don't talk. Sorry, Amonist, go ahead.
Oh, excuse me, sir. We're here about the flyer, and he hands over the copy from the guild.
Oh, hi. Very well. Please come in. Who should I announce?
Amonist.
Pidge.
And Mania.
Of the Firebreathing Kittens Guild.
Strike a pose.
All right, you the heavy one. Just don't leave marks on the floor, please.
He walks very lightly.
Racist.
I do tend to. Are you saying that your construction is flimsy?
Oh. I high five Manir. Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you leave marks, I'll have to fix it, and I don't want to.
Pidge rubs her shoe at the floor quietly.
He sees that. The butler lets you in the mansion and brings you to a side parlor just off the entrance hall with very comfortable couches. The entire room is lined with portraits of past Wildinghams on all walls. Above the fireplace is probably the biggest portrait in the room. It shows a woman of a certain age sitting on a like one of those like big chairs. Standing next to her is a man with a big bushy beard and long hair, and a little infant girl standing next to her mother on the other side of the chair. The butler invites you to have a seat and lets you know that it will only take a moment. I'll be right back. And he leaves.
Thank you.
And he leaves you in the parlor for a moment.
I think I should avoid the cushions. He probably won't be happy if I crush one of those either.
Yeah, just stay standing. All right, only child's missing. Let's not say anything in this room, guys.
After a moment, the butler opens the door once again, and the person you assume to be Baron Wildingham makes his way inside. He is the man in the portrait above the fireplace, though much older. Most of the hair on top of the head is gone. The big bushy beard was trimmed into something a little more age-appropriate. He's dressed in fine garments of brown velvet. And as he enters, he makes a sign to his butler and asks that drinks be served. Hi, hello, thank you for coming. Thank you. You have a seat. Would you guys like a drink?
Sure.
I don't drink, I'm sorry. But thank you for offering.
Right, that's no problem. And he serves you, like a finger or two of what appears to be a very dark spirit. This is the moon whiskey. We brew it. We make it ourselves. It's actually our family's secret to success. That whiskey here. Please have some.
Amonis takes a swig.
How does it taste? Is it good whiskey?
It is, for those of you who are familiar with whiskey, it is phenomenal. Like, it is some high quality stuff. It tastes amazing.
All right, so far they have griffins on their emblem, they make whiskey, and they haven't lied to us yet. I like them much more. So far, so good. Pidge sets the whiskey back down on the table. Thank you. That was good.
Thank you. That's actually what started this whole thing. My daughter, Viola, wanted to help me expand the business of selling this whiskey. And she told me she was planning on expanding our business by sailing to the Eastern Archipelago. She convinced me to let her leave with a pallet of barrels of our moon whiskey, and she wanted to set sail to these distant tribes, hoping to make business with them and probably establish some long-lasting relationship.
Don't mind me. Sorry.
Unfortunately, she hasn't been back. It seems the boat she was on was lost. She also left with a very precious family heirloom.
Oh no, lost. Oh, when did that happen?
She set sail with these items about 2 months ago. At first I wasn't too worried. I thought, it's a few days sailing. I assumed she would be back at some point. The boat didn't come back. I wasn't too worried at first. And then, weeks turn into months. And then I got very, very worried for the boat. And then a friend of the family, a diviner that we know let us know of a potential location for the boat. So right away I thought I'd find some people, get a crew, and try to get out there as fast as possible to see exactly what happened. The heirloom on the boat, and as he talks about this, he points to another painting on the wall, probably of some great Wildingham from generations past. It shows a young knight, breastplate, long cape, the whole shiny shebang. And he's holding a long spear that kind of seems to be glowing even in the painting. That's called the Purity Spear. It's been in my family for hundreds of years. Viola left with it, and it's imperative that it is recovered. It has incredible sentimental and not sentimental value.
Is it? I'm sorry to interrupt you. And he starts taking notes. Is it customary to leave on business trips with weapons?
Our friend is new to civilization. Please entertain him for us. Thank you.
I would have preferred if she'd asked to leave with the spear before she did. With the value that it has, I would have been very worried to know it was at sea. I understand feeling unsafe if you need to travel in these waters, but we could have provided her with different weapons. The fact that she went to our most prized possession is somewhat upsetting.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So are you concerned about your daughter's safety, or are you concerned about the return of the spear?
Oh, yes, of course. And he takes a sip of his whiskey.
Can I talk with my friends just for a second?
By all means.
Okay, Amonist, Manir, what do you guys think?
I still think that this guy's more fishy than the other party. I think we just offended her.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to think that I wonder if Viola was actually going on some sort of business endeavor, or she ran away and took the spear with her.
The spear could also be the gift to the brother to purchase the fiancé.
Maybe this is some
Serena.
sort of forbidden love thing.
Let me ask a question. I turn back to Baron Wildingham, and I ask, are we the first person that you told, or perhaps did you tell her husband or her children? I mean, aren't other people concerned for Viola being missing?
No, Viola is unmarried. This friend of the family we had is the one who divined the potential location of the vegan princess. So far as I know, she's the only other person that will be aware of her whereabouts. Once she told me about this, I started the process of finding people to go and look for that boat right away.
Can you tell me anything more about Viola's personal life?
I don't see how that's any of your business. Thank you.
Amonist.
Well, simply...
He's also new to civilization.
Well, simply because it may help us understand, where she may have gone, what may have happened. The more information we know, the better, whether it's relevant or not.
You can roll a persuasion for that, Amonist.
These people do not want to share.
There's ways to ask about things.
It's an investigation.
Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta roll a persuasion. Let's pull this up. All right. 14.
14.
Respectable.
Young man, I don't think our private life is really your concern. You know what happened, you know the story, and you know where we think she is. I think this is what needs to be focused on.
You're absolutely right. Let's get started on this right away. I assume that when you said that you were providing transportation, that you would be renting the boat for us?
I don't need to rent one. I have one myself. It's anchored at port right now. It's called the Soaring Griffin. Right now, it doesn't have a crew, so hiring one will be the priority before you guys are ready to set sail. I'm willing to provide 1,000 gold that can be used for traveling expenses and hiring a crew. and in terms of reward for your work, I'm ready to offer 40,000 gold pieces for the retrieval of the purity spear.
I see.
For the retrieval of the purity spear. Now, what if we arrive and find that Viola was deceased when we got there?
That would be quite unfortunate. I'm trying to be a realist here. She hasn't been back in months. I don't know what you'll find when you get there.
Would this reward be contingent upon her survival?
If she survived, I will happily see her again. Considering that she might be gone, what I need to retrieve is the spear.
Yeah. Do you have any other children?
No. The only children I have is Viola. I don't have a portrait of her as an adult. I'm sorry, but that's her right there. And he points to the little girl on the portrait above the fireplace.
Cute little button. You said you had a map that was drawn by a diviner?
Yes.
Is this person trustworthy in their approximation? And can we see the map?
Of course. He stands for a moment, goes to one of those little desks, and pulls out a map very similar to the one that Sage Serena showed you a few moments before.
Is it... because I'm an Outlander, I have the feature Wanderer, so I have like excellent memory of maps and geography.
Ooh.
Is it the same thing?
It looks like it was drawn by the same person for the same location.
You know, in magic, sometimes it helps to have a physical possession of the person that we're searching for. It helps with the spell scrying and things like that. Can we visit Fiona's room so that we can have one of her personal possessions to help locate her?
Oh, of course. Butler can show you the way.
Thank you.
And Butler will indeed reluctantly guide you to her bedroom.
Okay.
Is this an adult's bedroom or a small child's?
It is an adult bedroom. Like, it probably was a child's at some point, but it's been adulted a little bit.
Does it look recently inhabited, or does it look cobwebby? Or like...
You can roll an insight.
Ooh, can I roll an investigation?
Investigation. Yes, that's what I meant.
26.
All right.
Wow.
I have one skill.
All right. The room itself, it's been kept clean. Like, it's not cobwebby or dusty at all. Like, it's been taken care of. But it doesn't seem like it's been lived in recently. You know, like, there are not even like folds on the bed or anything. It seems very kind of, you know, like when you walk into a new hotel room and it's just like almost sterile in a way.
Less than or more than 2 months?
2 months sounds about right.
Okay. All right. Because I didn't believe this guy that this lady spoke to him recently, shall we say.
Okay.
But you're saying that the room looks like she lives here. Apart from the 2 months of being lost at sea, during which no one gave a hoot.
Yeah.
Manir is going to look at Pidge and just kind of like tap his temple as like, I have an idea. And he's going to turn to the butler, who I assumed was still like in the door or something, and say, "Oh, you've done a great job keeping this place clean, waiting for her to come back. She'll be quite pleased."
Thank you.
I love the butler. Old crotchety racist jerk.
You probably, I assume you're eager to see your young mistress again.
Yes. If she's alive, it will be fun to see her.
Talk about trying to bleed a stone. I thought I was bad.
Okay, so she lives here. All right, can we get something for the scrying? And
Oh, yeah, I pick up a sock. I don't actually scry.
keep up appearances. All right, and then collect our 1,000 gold from the Baron and head out to the ship?
Yes.
All right, we do that.
Well, the 1,000 gold and head off the property and find out where this ship is, yeah.
I was planning on using our own ship.
Our ship's not really seaworthy.
Is it not?
The Sparrow. You can hide it under tree leaves next to a bank is the fact about it that we know. So it's small. is a small boy. SMOL.
Yeah, from
It doesn't sound like it would support my weight.
Yeah, from what I know of the Sparrow, I understood that it was some sort of rowboat. So yeah, it's maybe not built for like long sea travels. Side note, Munir, since you looked at the map, you know that the trajectory, he said, to sail to these eastern islands would be about a 7-day trip. So, 7 day and back. So you kind of need a little bit of a bigger embarkation.
Yeah, there seems to be. It'll take about a week to get to where she is.
Can I do an Arcana check on... I don't know what check to do. Do sea elves breathe water?
Oh, I guess that would be nature?
Nature? All right.
Like to understand a species?
Yeah, 11. No.
11? Oh, that's fine. They breathe both. Like you've met some sea elves and they didn't seem to be drowning in their hotel room. So, they have these little gills on the side of their neck, which lets them breathe underwater. But they're also very comfortable on land.
Yeah.
Amphibious. I've met a few frogs like that.
All right. Butler, please give us a moment while we investigate this room. Just 1 second while I discuss with my friends.
Very well.
Thank you.
And
what is your name, by the way?
You can call me Butler. Everybody does.
Ooh, Butler. Very nice name.
And he closes the door with a sigh. A long...
I like him so much. All right, Amonis, do you want to pick up the girl on the way out, or do you not? What do you think of that, Ambassador?
I think we should. Honestly, I trust her more than these guys, and she may be useful.
You're a sucker for love. Munir, what's your vote?
I'm sorry.
What's your vote? Pick up the lady?
I don't see any reason why not to. And if need be, well, she won't be any trouble if we toss her overboard, and she won't die. So
the reason why not to is because things that breathe water are stronger than you on water. So I can turn into a bird and fly away if they try to kill us, but I sleep sometimes. Yeah.
I mean, I don't sleep, eat, or breathe, so I can definitely keep watch.
Here, I'm gonna reach into my safety deposit box and pull out. Actually, according to my character sheet, these are next to my bed when I sleep. I have 2 snail eggs.
Okay, and what did they do?
You'll see. Basically, I should let you know because you're the DM. But they, and I'm going to cut this from the podcast. Ready? And cut.
Oh. Interesting.
And uncut. And that's why they'll be next to me when I sleep.
Very well.
Well, let's go get her.
All right.
How do we explain using the Baron's ship? Or is that going to be a problem?
Let's get the boat and take it to her.
Oh. Okay, we could do that. What if she recognizes it?
Good for her. She's going to lie about that too.
Perfect.
All right.
Okay.
Such a strange concept. Raccoons never lied.
Pigeons don't either. So.
I'll keep a note of that.
All right. Let's go to the Baron's boat.
All right.
And then we'll take it right to her.
So you head to port. It's a fairly busy day as you get to the port. The Baron would have indicated where the boat was anchored as he left you the 1,000 gold as promised to cover these expenses. As you get there, you can tell that the Soaring Griffin has not been used for a while. It's anchored, but it seems decorative more than anything. It's a... let me double check, because I forget. It's a normal size, so about 100 feet long sailing ship.
Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, no, it's...
Dang. I like it.
It's big.
Yeah, I mean, Amonis, you would have seen similar ships in your early career, I'm sure. Yeah, it's a regular size sailing ship, about 100 feet long. fairly high quality. The same coat of arms that you saw from the banner. So the griffin on the stormy sky has been etched on the main sail on that ship as well. Although it's been anchored, so the sail will be rolled up, but it's also painted on the side. Let's say that. So you do see the griffin from far away as you approach it.
Oh,
Oh, crap.
Oh crap!
We
What?
forgot to ask the mom's opinion. I'm such a bad This is why I'm not a detective in real life, you guys. Didn't even talk to the mom of the missing daughter.
Oh, that's so true.
No, we didn't.
Crap.
Eh.
We could go back.
I mean, we already have a location. I'm kind of the mindset. Let's just go out there and see what we see.
All right.
Perfect.
Oops.
Oh, we get to keep the gold now since we have a crew of sea elves waiting for us.
Oh, yeah.
And she's going to buy rations anyway.
Actually, I like the idea of hiring our own crew.
And you will have to do that anyway. A sailing ship like this takes about 30 people to manage. So
Holy
six sea elves won't be able to do a lot. I mean, they're definitely quite helpful, but you'll still need to find your crew at some point somewhere. And also,
All right.
side note, and I'm not doing this to push you in any directions, but you don't have to use that boat either. There are plenty of other boats in port as well. If you want to book passage with someone else that maybe already has their crew, that's an option too.
I actually have a talent for this.
Oh, right.
Oh, ship's passage.
Ship's passage. I'm a pirate.
But I like the 100-foot boat. It's so pretty.
Well, we can go on any boat you like. The passage works on any of them. And remember, I know Jim Bob, the harbor master.
Yeah, we do. He's a member of the guild now.
Yeah, he is.
Ooh, good to know.
I really don't mind using this guy's boat. I mean, I feel like in no way is he going to murder us before we return back to port. So,
That's true.
the lady, however,
He wants the spear too much.
yeah, so he wants us to return with the spear, so
That's fine.
yeah. I'm cool with his boat.
All right. Well, should I go scrounge up a crew over in the harbor?
Pick people you already know.
Will do.
Sounds good.
And I will go talk to Jim Bob and explain the situation and hire from only the people that I have previously worked with. Not the ones who kept me captive, but after that.
The other ones.
That's a good way to approach this. Not knowing Jim Bob, I'm not going to try and roleplay this guy, but we'll see what we can figure out for this. So Jim Bob kind of looks through the papers of people he knows, people who are in town at the moment. He's pretty convinced he'd be able to gather a crew relatively fast. Like, he'd be ready to leave the next day if you wanted. What he's curious about is kind of how much you're willing to pay for these crew. He knows people that you might be able to vouch for that are kind of pretty green in terms of being crew members on a huge sailboat like this. He knows people that are a little bit more experienced and people that are very experienced on the boat.
What are the 3 price points?
I like the way you think.
So were you to pay, like, for the entire crew for the entire voyage, were you to pay about 250 gold, you'd be able to get like the fresh green crew members. For the experienced people, it would be about 500. And if you were to dump all 1,000 gold pieces that you have, you'd be able to get the very experienced crew. And these are probably those that you know a little bit more.
Option 3?
Yep.
It's free money anyway.
That's what it's for.
Yep.
All right. So we're going to go for the very experienced.
Can we have like a loyalty bonus too?
What do you mean loyalty bonus?
I mean, like, can we, because we're paying the highest amount, can we select people that a monist feels got his back?
Yeah, I've been working with these people for years. I shouldn't really know them, and they should like me enough to want to protect my life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. With, paying with very experienced people, that's part of what you get. Side note, I'm doing a parenthesis for meta things. This will affect the global crew quality of the boat.
And their willingness to stab us while we sleep.
That too. So while Jim Bob starts working on hiring the people that Amonist and him have agreed, is there any other preparations that you'd like to do as you're getting ready to set sail maybe the next day?
I have a bit of an idea. And he'll go up to the water, like if there's any kind of beach area, and he'll just like walk in slowly.
Do you swim?
Because he doesn't. He just
Maybe he becomes a fish.
It's a racial thing. Like he just sinks. He can't swim at all.
Even if you're in the form
he just
of
like walks into the water.
fish?
No, that's fine. But when he gets in, he'll turn into a fish, and he just wants to a fish large enough to grab a seashell because he noticed the seashells in Serena's hair, and he wants to get some sort of peace offering for her. So he's looking for like the most pimped out seashell on the seashore.
All right. I don't know. Roll the perception for that.
Let's see.
How good your seashell on the seashore is.
Oh god, it's a nat 1, but a total of 8.
So you find seashells. It was mostly a luck thing. Like you don't find the very impressive, like fully, like those seashells that are like super big, super colorful and stuff. You don't find one of those, but you do find some. If you want to bring her one of those, you can.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. And are you going back to meet with her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, well I'll keep it for the next day. Well, whenever we go to see her.
We should go see her now because she did not seem like she was waiting for us.
No, perfect.
All right. So as you guys head back to the hotel, same sort of situation happens once again. You are guided by the same little gnomish bellboy to the penthouse, and you are let in as soon as you knock on the door. And Sage Serena comes back into the room, sits back on the same couch. So have you thought about this quest? There's no reason to beat around the bush.
Of course, we'll gladly have you along with us. We already found a ship and crew and the whole shebang.
Oh, you have? Very well. I had started my own process of finding a ship, but if you have already, that's perfect.
Oh, well, Amonist here, and I slap Amonist on the shoulders so hard that I stagger backwards because I don't weigh much, and I just learned about inertia. Amonist knows some friends in the harbor that'll serve us well.
That's very well. We are, in that case, very lucky to have found you. When are we setting sail?
Is tomorrow okay with you?
That would be very fine. We've been ready for leave for a little bit, and we would definitely be ready to leave in the morning.
One question before we leave.
Mm-hmm.
Who turned you down?
It was Baron Wildingham, my beloved's father. I'm embarrassed to say this, he does not approve of our engagement. I don't think he's approved of Viola's lifestyle for quite some time. I came to him. I thought he would appreciate the news that she might be alive, that I had maybe found the boat, and he turned me down right away when I said that I was ready to leave the next morning.
Did the boat that we just set up have the crest of the Wildinghams on it?
Oh, yeah. It's very branded.
We should probably tell her that right now.
Yes, we should.
Amonus, do it.
But yes, we found this boat through the Baron. He was kind enough to let us use it.
Of course. It makes sense that strangers have access to the boat that I requested. It might be best if he does not know that I was on board. We'll be very discreet as we come aboard tomorrow.
Now I feel bad for her.
Minir would take this moment, assuming she's feeling vulnerable, and just like slouch beside her, as stones do.
Breaking the couch.
But like holding, I imagine his hands being like really, really big, and he has this like tiny seashell in it, and he just like kind of passes it over to her, and he says, I couldn't help but notice you had these pretty little things in your hair, and I felt so bad that we might have offended you in some sort of way. So I allowed myself to go and fetch one from the seashore.
Oh,
Hoping you'll like it.
well, that is very nice. Thank you. And she accepts it. And she seems she seems thankful about it.
Amonis gives his party a look that seems to say, should we be a little more open communication here and actually ask about this relationship with the Baron, and does he know, and what are his thoughts, and
Well, we just got all the information we need. He hates his lesbian daughter.
Well, we don't know that yet, and I really want to know if that's the shtick going on here.
She just said he disapproves of her lifestyle. To the point where he didn't care if she was dead or not.
Perhaps.
What we should have done is talk to the mom. Oops, let's move on.
All right, fine.
But you can ask her if you want. She's going to give you a sob story that's going to make you like her a lot.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And Monis turns to her and regales her with a brief story about his husband, Crud, and how important love is, and that he understands that certain people can be unaccepting of different kinds of love.
Would not have said better myself.
Okay, yes, that's the issue. All right. So, moving on.
She remains very poised as she says all of this. Probably the ambassador thing. She seems to have warmed up to you guys. Maybe it's because you left her alone for a little bit and she could kind of mull over it. But she still remains very composed, very calm.
I have one other question.
Of course.
Do you know what the gift was that she was going to give your brother?
I'm not sure. She said they had something at their house. Some sort of heirloom that they had. I didn't have much detail.
All right, so before we leave, we should take an alternative, just in case it got washed away in the storm. We wouldn't want to show up there without one. That would be crazy to have gone all that way and show up empty-handed.
Would the sock that you chose be sufficient?
Now I look like a creeper. Nope. I just have this for myself.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I don't know clothing.
You can have this one, and I give it to you.
Oh, thank you. And he traces it in his book.
As you suggest this, she kind of says, well, sure, if the gift she had intended on giving is lost, then, as part of our traditions, it would be her to find something suitable to offer instead. You should know, though, because of our culture, this is not a purchase. We will be married whether the gift is given or not. It is simply used as a sign of respect to offer this. This is not a transaction at all.
She left with 2 pallets of whiskey. It seems like a fair trade.
Oh, whoa. Shh.
Oh.
Well, it would make sense that she would leave with that too. That's what they're known for, the Willinghams.
So, if we go through all this, and we show up there, and we rescue your fiancé, and the boat was sadly lost, but Captain Zaggy and Viola Wildingham survive, we shouldn't come back here for a gift. We should bring one with us, is what I'm saying. You should help your shipwrecked fiancé out.
Of course. This is why I intend to leave. I regret not even setting sail with her the first time around.
Oh, well, don't regret. Life is too short. Just let's get an alternative present.
Very well. Do you have any suggestions? I'm not sure what would be suitable for their family.
Oh, okay. You're going to need something borrowed, something blue, something, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah!
Let's do this. Alternative present time.
Sounds fun.
What should she get? Amonis, do you have any ideas? Any rare items? What would make a good present? I like your fly, but it's a little bit creepy. It's a giant fly, but what do you think?
Hey now. Maybe. It doesn't seem overly personal. It's really more useful only to adventurers.
Yeah, what kind? Rare item list time. Let's browse.
So you're browsing to the items that you have, or just items in general?
I'm coming up with ideas.
Okay. All right.
Ooh, a decanter of endless water. An amulet of the plains. A flying broom. Ooh, what does a mermaid think of flying?
It's
Let's take you shopping tonight, and then we'll leave tomorrow morning, okay?
very well. I did not think this would be a shopping montage moment, but I am prepared to get ready for this trip.
Yeah. Okay, Amonis, do you know any good malls?
Oh, of course I do. I know all the malls. And leads them around the shopping district.
Oh, this is so interesting.
Montage time. You hear the theme of Pretty Woman playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's music playing as Serena grabs a bunch of items that she shows you, and then Paige, you kind of go, thumbs down. And then the next time you go, oh, maybe.
Ooh, an amulet of health will make your constitution 19. It's good for your loved ones because it'll protect them against saving throws.
Oh, that does sound interesting. Do you know if there's a place where we could purchase one?
Here in the mall, I'm holding up jewelry to you.
Oh, is that one of those constitution things?
Yes, it costs, how much do rare items cost in our world again?
Isn't it 5,000? Or no, it's 2,500.
Let's say it costs 10,000. It's going to be a really nice wedding present version of one. It's blue.
10,000. Oh,
This would be perfect for your brother, because then he would be protected for amulet of health. Good.
Oh, I completely agree. I just did not travel with that much money with me.
Okay, they actually cost 3,000. I was kidding.
3,000's...
It's on sale!
3,000's, well, then I might be able to do that. And she'll head to the teller person and go into like her little handbag thing, and she will pull out a huge ass sapphire. Like, it's not gold, it's just like, you know, like apple-sized gem. And she kind of looks at the teller behind the counter like, would this be enough for this amulet here, please? and the trade is done, and she has an amulet of constitution.
Yes.
If you had a giant sapphire, I mean, I think that would have done it, but okay.
Well, this will amulet of health is useful. It'll raise the wearer's constitution to 19, which is great for their health and making constitution safe to spells. So it is actually like one of those heirloom level. It's what I would give my kids if I had D&D kids.
Yes, and I can't exactly offer a sapphire that comes from our tribe's resources themselves. So...
True.
So just slip this to your fiancé if she happens to lose for any reason that spear that she tried to bring.
All right.
And she still has a gift.
All right. Should we start resting and get prepared for tomorrow?
Yes!
That seems like a good idea.
We set sail at first light.
Very well. She heads back to her penthouse and gets ready for the next day. If you want to fast forward to that part, unless somebody else wanted to do something to prepare for the travels at night, any last minute purchases, stuff you would want to verify.
I'm going to put the flail snail eggs back next to my bed at home and leave them, not on this journey.
All right. Minir?
I will select my spells as he sits in rock form and just communes with the nature around him.
Very well. Amonist, was there anything else?
No, I'm just gonna wait for morning.
All right.
I play with my dog.
You play with your dog. So the next morning comes, you go back to the boat, and Jim Bob did a fantastic job of hiring these people to get ready to travel. As respectable sailors, they've been there long before you arrived. They woke up even before the first lights in order to get the boat ready. It's been kind of, I mean, I'm not going to say shined and polished, but it's been kind of it's been prepared, to start this long voyage. The crew's already on board. They're already kind of undoing the sails, preparing the oars, and setting up this travel. Now, as we ready to leave, I need to figure out what your roles will be on the boat. A boat cannot sail without a captain and a first mate, and there are other roles that you can fill as you work on a boat, or as you travel on a boat. You don't have to fill one, except we do need to find a captain and a first mate.
You have experience as a sailor, don't you?
I do indeed. Should I captain the boat?
Sure.
Seems like the most logical choice.
Who wants to be first mate? Mynheer, have you ever been on a boat?
I have no buoyancy. I have not.
Ah, Pidge, you've been sailing with me at least a few times.
Yes, but I noticed that no one has yet taken the role of royal sunbather.
Oh my goodness.
Also, poison tester.
I mean, I don't mind trying my hand at being a first mate because I could sit there and commune with my environment for a bit of a time, and I could tell you what's a couple of miles around us at any given moment.
And don't worry, I'll teach you everything you need to know about sailing.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we have Amonis as captain, and Mynheer will fulfill the tasks of first mate. All right. Pidge, if you like, there is no poison tester job, but you could be the cook on board.
Could I look for things from the crow's nest?
Oh, right. That will be called, let me double check the book here. We could call that the quartermaster. The quartermaster is the person that plots the ship's course, relying on knowledge of nautical charts, and study of weather and sea conditions.
That should be a monist. He has this, chart thing.
I have navigation tools.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, then, Amonis, as captain, you can fulfill these tasks as well if you want.
Absolutely.
All right. So, Amonis will have double duty here as captain and quartermaster.
Yeah.
And without having an official job, Pidge, if you want to be the crow's nest person who observes and warns of danger, you can definitely do so. And also, that's a really good sunbathing spot.
Perfect.
And if you fall, you have feather fall.
Yeah, I wear a pin of not slamming into ship decks very hard. Great.
That's perfect. So the other roles that can be fulfilled on board will be filled by the crew. The cook will be I just like this NPC, so I'm dropping her here. The cook for the boat will be this dwarven woman named Daphne. She's got long red hair, a little purple tunic, and a green silk scarf wrapped around her neck. And, very clean shaven for a dwarven woman. And she very much enjoys cooking and will take on these duties. As part of the gold given by Lord Willingham, you also have a reserve of food for the travel. So that should not be too much of a problem.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Could everybody roll a d20, please?
5, and this is why I am sunbather.
8.
Ooh, 19.
19, Mynheer. As everybody kind of loads on the boat and get ready to leave, you get tapped on your shoulder for a moment. And as you turn around, you see a little bit trying to be discreet, but failing miserably at the task, a white tabaxi, so like a human-sized cat person. He wears a little blue, at first you think it's a hood, but then you realize it's a chef's hat and a little apron. Hello, my name is Melargo. I heard you were setting sail trying to find the vegan princess from Jim Bob. Is that true?
And who told you that?
I heard this from Jim Bob as he was hiring people last night.
All right. How can I help you?
He quickly hands you a little pouch, and from just shaking it for a moment, you see that it holds gold. Just the weight of it in your palm, you can tell it's about 500 gold, let's say. There is something on the vegan princess that I need retrieved. A little blue box. About this big. And audio form, I can't say this big, so it's about like a shoebox size.
All right. And you want to come with us?
Oh no. Us cat people, we do not enjoy the water so much.
Mynheer will just put a hand on his shoulder and say, I understand. Rocks don't either.
Right. So the box will be on this boat. If you do manage to find it and retrieve it, there will be a lot more gold to pay for your troubles in retrieving the box. It is blue.
Oh.
It is blue.
Blue box?
Yes.
Blue box. What's in the box?
It is very valuable to my profession. Very, very valuable.
So I'm assuming knives.
You.
All right. Well, I'll let the captain know.
Very well, thank you. And he turns around and heads back to where he was working, which you realize is a little bit of a food cart thing.
Minir will walk up to Amonist and say, tell him, there's a very strange white bipedal cat that serves food and gave me this, and he'll hand him the pouch. And he just wants us to bring back a blue box from the vegan princess.
Interesting. There's a lot of valuable things on this boat.
It seems so.
Okay, well, I think we better open that box before we hand it over, but I'm fine with retrieving his possession as well.
Sure. He just said it was valuable to his profession, and he's a chef.
He never said it was his. He also just handed you 500 gold.
I have no idea how much chefs make in this world. I'm sorry.
Dude is not a chef.
Yeah, a chef probably makes 10 or 20 gold a year. I don't know. A gold is a lot.
Oh, that's okay. That's very interesting, and he'll write it down.
Are we ready to set sail?
Yes.
All right. So you all get on board. As you are ready to, as you finish the last preparations, Sage, Serena, and her group of guards join you. She's changed a little bit. She got out of her teal dress and wears more like travel pants. So she's ready to be comfortable at sea. Her guards with her are all wearing armor now. All of them are still equipped with these chakram that are dangling from their belts. So they're like these circular metal swords that kind of all hang there. They take positions on the main deck, kind of making sure that they're all kind of separate, looking at pretty much everything all around. And Serena actually finds herself a chair, and she's ready to set sail. And I believe now is a good moment to give you the stats for the boat in case it needs to happen. I mean, in case you need to have them.
Okay.
So I will share those in our conversation so you get to see the little stat thing. It also has a little map, so that's fun. You kind of get an idea of what it looks like. And how this is going to happen. As you set sail and you get ready to travel, and you're looking for the vegan princess, this will be a traveling skill challenge. So we'll need... how this is going to happen, the boat needs to do this skill. The skill challenge. So what you can do during these days as you're traveling is try and figure out ways to help the boat succeed on this skill challenge. One way to do that is to find ways to lower the DC using your skills, or you can try and increase the crew's quality, which gives higher bonuses to the boat to succeed on these checks.
If we fail, does the boat break apart?
Your boat doesn't break apart. The challenge is to find the vegan princess. It's not to keep your boat afloat.
Oh, okay.
All right. So what do we have to do?
Well, it's a skill challenge, so I'd like to kind of know every day what you plan on doing to help the boat find the vegan princess. Yeah.
I have my navigation tools, and I can chart by the position of the sun and stars to help navigate us towards the spot on the map. I should be very familiar with the waters in this area, given that I was a pirate for many years in this area of the world.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you'd like to try and roll a skill check with your navigation tool?
Yes.
Doesn't the navigation tool say a thing on it, like a advantage or plus number or something like that for rolls?
If he's able to use his navigation tool, then he can add his proficiency bonus again.
Okay, well, I rolled an 18, and
You rolled an 18? The navigation would be survival, so it's plus your survival plus your proficiency again, since you have navigation tools. Unless I'm doing the math wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
I don't know.
So 22.
22. All right. You start charting a course, and it seems pretty solid. You have a really good idea of where to direct the boat, according to the map that Serena had drawn, and also your knowledge of the waters. Paige, what would you like to do on the first day?
Pidge would like people to think that she's in that crow's nest up there, but actually she has shape changed. She gets 1 free polymorph per short rest, and she's going to use her investigation to investigate around the boat for suspicious characters.
All right.
Things that are out of place. If someone's cutting your brake lines, I'm looking at those brake lines. Everyone thinks I'm in the crow's nest, but I'm not.
All right.
I'm a rat.
Okay.
Just one of many. Don't mind me.
All right. So roll investigation.
19 plus 9 is 28.
1 skill indeed. Wow. You don't notice anything suspicious to the point that it would be harmful to the group. Nobody's cutting brake lines. Nobody seems to be sabotaging in any way. Some of the crew seem to be kind of slacking off a little bit. Like you notice some people, especially those that were kind of familiar with the monist and are like, oh, we know that guy, he's chill. You see them catching smoke breaks a little too often. And, I mean, if you want to act on it or not, you know, like a couple of people that you know have been slacking off a little bit.
No, I expect that. I'm just mostly investigating for like sabotage and treason and stuff.
Okay. Well, you haven't found any of that.
I don't trust the lady and her dudes.
All right. Noted. Yeah. And Minir?
So, what he would do is he would sit beside the captain, basically in rock form. So when he just sits still, he just looks like a Minir. And he would be using Commune with Nature. It's a spell. You can rule that however you want for the skill challenge. So it essentially gives me information about everything 3 miles around me.
All right.
Wow.
3 miles around.
So I'd be using that to help navigate, to help keep on track, to avoid faulty currents and stuff.
Does it tell you about any sort of creatures as well?
It says, briefly become one with nature and gain knowledge of the surrounding territory. In the outdoors, the spell gives you knowledge about the land within 3 miles. Let's see. Gain knowledge about up to 3 facts of your choice within this list. So terrain and bodies of water, I'd obviously choose that. Prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples, I would choose that. I don't really care about celestials right now. Buildings, probably not. So yeah, I guess we'll go with terrain, bodies of water, prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or peoples, and powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead.
Okay. Within 3 miles, you don't notice any celestial, fiends, or undead. I'm not sure what to describe about the terrain or bodies of water. It's the sea. So it is the sea. You know, the ocean floor is about in the area you are. It's about 120 feet down, like below the water level. Beyond that, nothing surprising out of the creatures that would be around the boat. Sea beasts mostly, fish, and swimming mammals. Stuff like that. And plants, I mean, there are like probably some sea kelps or something.
Would you like me to roll with my spell casting ability?
Oh yeah. It's for a skill check, so sure.
Ooh, 13.
13. All right. Very well. So the first day goes by as the little rat investigates the crew members. Amonis charts the course, and Minir connects with nature. Amonis, since you're captain, Captain, wow. The French came out right there.
I can be El Capitan.
So, since you're captain, I'll ask you to roll for the boat, please.
Okay.
So you can just roll the d20, and I'll apply the modifiers.
15. 15,
all right. Very good. and everything seems to be going according to plan. Day 2 comes about. And let's start again. Who would like to help the skill challenge as you're navigating for day number 2?
I already rolled mine for this. I am going to use sleight of hand to teach Meniere all about the complicated, hand motions required to tie all the knots and how everything works. Teaching him how the rigging works. I'm teaching him all about sailing with the sleight of hand skill check. I rolled a 13. I have a plus 12 bonus, so total 25.
25. Very well. Meniere, you learn about...
This is so interesting.
You learn about knots. Very well.
I'm definitely going to write this down. Thank you so much.
All right. And Meniere, with this new knowledge, is there something you'd like to do?
Well, what I would like to do is I'll be using perception for this, and I'll describe how. So using this knowledge and combining it by casting Water Walk on some of the crew members, I'd like to spot different places that need fine tuning, either with the boat's general condition, knots here and there with the sails, and they can move around the boat easier, even if they need to rappel off the side, they won't sink or anything.
Nice. So it's about making sure that everything's, especially since we're talking about knots, it's making sure that everything's tight, right? Just making sure there's nothing going on, especially since it's an old...
He would definitely prefer things to be tight, yes.
All right. So roll a perception for that, please.
Oh, God. I got a nat 1 plus 7. I will burn this dice later.
Aww.
It's the second one this game.
It's okay.
It's still 8.
It's okay. It happens. It's fine. You know about knots, but, just some of them have never walked on water. And there's this moment where the crew are kind of like, what? And that kind of distracts them a little bit from finding all the possible knots that would need tightening. Pidge, for your day number 2?
All right. Pidge is a transfiguration wizard. She spends her time studying ancient spell books filled with transfiguration spells that teach her how to turn into a rat and etc. They're also filled with maps of the sea. And on those old-timey sea maps, there's always a sea serpent. So using my arcana studying, I would like to be aware of external threats to this boat. Sea serpents, magical, threats like that.
All right.
I'd like to check for magic sea serpent attacks.
All right. Roll Arcana, please.
Also a nat 1, plus 9. That's a 10.
Oh, wow.
Y'all's dice.
Yay, dice.
It happens.
I'm sure they're here. I've seen them on the drawn papers. They must be here. What decoration, huh?
Yeah.
She's looking for Nessie.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like you spot any sea serpent coming straight for the boat at that specific moment.
Whew, we're safe.
Very well. Day 2 progresses as Pidge studies decorations on maps. Tomorrow she will be looking for borders. And
it's the edge.
And let's see.
And what is this grid pattern? What happens when we cross the line?
Awesome.
And Mona shakes his head at her.
Awesome.
High int, low whiz.
At some point, a monist, you hear, we'll call him Freddy, some sailor that you know. One of those mop people who just kind of make sure that the top deck is clean. You hear Freddy after a while going, Captain, you might want to come see this.
Yes, I'm here.
Down there, I didn't roll for weather. Let's say it was a sunny day because he was able to spot it. He points down to the port side of the boat, and you see that about 80 feet below the water level seems to be the outline of another ship.
We found it?
But it's only... they didn't make it to that thing. It was only a 7-day trip, but they didn't get there. So it could be anywhere along the route. Can I have my friend here commune with nature to see what he can find out about this.
I can definitely do that, yes. So I will take 11 minutes and commune with nature to figure out the details about this boat. I guess it can count as an underwater building?
Nice try.
Well, I mean, I can sense the water, but anyway.
I'm not going to call that a building just because it's a vehicle, but nice try. Okay, so you briefly become one with nature. I'm just reading up on the spell.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You instantly gain knowledge of 3 facts of your choice: terrain, body of water, prevalent plants, minerals, powerful efficiency, and are undead, influence from other plane, buildings. Okay. So you start doing this communing with nature once again, kind of asking nature all around to tell you a little bit about what's going on the bottom of the ocean. You do sense that there is one big-ish presence at the bottom of the ocean floor. I'm not sure exactly how precise this commune would be, but it seems to be fairly close. So the shipwreck that Freddy is pointing to might be linked to that.
Presence like sea serpent or presence like sunk boat?
Because if it's an animal, I can tell that it's an animal.
Thing is, I find it tricky because it says animal, it doesn't say beast, so I don't know exactly how much I can tell. So I'm just gonna go with a big thing.
A living big thing.
But I know it's alive.
It is alive, yes, because it's animals. Because like animals or peoples are not like creature types, so we're gonna go with a big thing, alive.
So there's a big live thing nearby that's potentially linked to this sunken ship.
Interesting. I think we're gonna have to explore.
And a monist, it's not our boat, it's a different boat. It's the second sunken boat. Because we're only 2 days out.
Well, no, but I'm saying it could have sunk anywhere along the 7-day journey, so it could be our boat.
I think it's 7 days to the ship, to the location that was divined for the boat.
How far down was this boat?
About 80 feet.
Okay, well, I can breathe underwater.
Serena.
Yes?
I could also... Oops, sorry.
Question.
Yes?
Did you divine that the boat that we're over is the vegan princess? Or is the vegan princess 5 days from here?
I'm not the best at navigation, but it seems like it seems like the vegan princess was awfully further.
Okay.
We seem to be too... I mean, we've only been gone for a day and a half.
Okay, so this is a bonus boat. / sea monster.
I potentially have an idea that could keep us safe from the sea monster while investigating the boat. While I was communing last night, I did imprint myself with the knowledge to part maybe 100 cubic feet of water. So we could just, anchor the boat, our boat, some ways just away from that, and I could maybe expose the boat to air, and we could go investigate.
That's a great idea.
Holy cow.
That's a powerful skill.
I keep forgetting.
It lasts for 10 minutes.
Some people do real magic.
It lasts for 10 minutes.
I just turn into friggin' rats, and you're like, you want to part the ocean? I'm like, okay.
We only have 10 minutes, though. Like, you'll have to be quick about it, but yeah.
All right.
Sure.
So Minnie, are you parting the water?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to use control water, and I'm parting the water around the ship, the sunken ship.
So Minnie, you start casting your spell, commanding the sea to part and give you that way a direct view to the shipwreck below. As the seas part, you do get a good view of the shipwreck below. It seems to be like a little longboat. It's not a big sailing thing like you have right now. It seems to be like one of those little, like, like big enough for like a few sailors, not much more. It's laying on the side at the bottom of the ocean. It seems to have cracked, like the hull is completely cracked on one side. And as the water completely parts, you hear a huge roar coming from the bottom of the ocean. Like a sort of...
Well, something's not happy.
Sea serpent.
It's actually not a sea serpent. Anybody who would be looking down at the parted water at this point would see the creature living in the boat come out from this crack on the side of the hull, and you would see a young bronze dragon walk out of this hull, and they will quickly look up and... looking all the way up 80 feet above to this snot water, they would be able to see the boat, and they will attack. And I'll need everyone to roll initiative, please. Amonist, as captain, you'll also need to roll initiative for the boat.
I rolled the 5 for the boat.
Okay.
Oh, I rolled a lot for me. I rolled a 17, and I believe I get a +7 on initiative.
Nice.
Okay.
So 24. I'm definitely going fast.
Okay.
I got an 8.
18.
18. Great. So we got Amonist at 24. Minir, you said 18?
Yes.
Okay. Pidge had 8. And you said the boat had 5.
Yes.
So we'll take this time while waiting for Pidge to come back. Essentially, as the captain, you're the one to tell the boat what to do. So if you look at the stat block that you have, you're able to see how many the actions that the boat can do. As the captain, you also get two new actions that you can use in battle. One of them being called Full Speed Ahead, which I believe lets the boat move once more. And the other one is called Take Aim. If you order somebody manipulating the cannons to take aim on your turn, which would be your action, you'll give advantage to one of those attacks that the boat can do. So that's...
My attacks do more than the boat.
Yeah, but you have swords and they have cannons. So depending on what you want to do...
True. Distance.
I'm just letting you know, this is something you can do as captain now. And for everyone else, you are also able to kind of run to one of these weapons on the boat and use them should you want to. So if, for example, you're not able to go punch something, you are able to run to a cannon and fire it. And so the young dragon who came out of the boat started taking flight and started making its way to the boat. And Amonist, it is your turn if you want to defend it.
Okay, how far away is it from me right now?
It started taking flight, so it's still kind of a 60 feet below water level in that sort of parted water cylinder thing.
Okay. So I am going to use my turn to go over to one of the ballista weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I am going to use it to attack the dragon.
Very well. All right.
So
you...
I need to roll. I rolled a 7 plus 6. Does the does the ballista only hit once?
I want to leave that as a readied action until it attacks us. Like, does it look like it's going to attack us? It's just seen us. Like,
it took flight and it looked angry.
Yeah.
So Amonist, you said you rolled a 7. Is that what you said?
Yes, 7 plus 6.
7 plus 6. You actually get a little more than. You actually get a little more than that because of the boat's crew quality, which is more than enough to hit the dragon. So you can roll damage on that roll.
Okay.
But
and I am what?
bronze dragons are lawful good.
Are they?
Yeah.
It's still attacked?
Technically, we're drawing first blood if we do this.
Oh, okay. Then okay. Can I just ready the action in case it seems to attack us?
Sure. If we recon that for a little bit, then yeah. If you can.
Okay, so I'm not going to fire it yet, but I'm prepared to do so. And if it does, we know it hits, and we do know that it deals 3d10 damage.
Yep.
That would hit only for 12 damage. Okay.
I mean, you can roll damage if you decide to fire. That's fine.
Okay.
So that was Amonis' turn. So Amonis, you ready the ballista? Minir?
Minir would look down at the dragon and still needs to concentrate on his control water.
Yeah, that's pretty important.
Yeah, just a bit. He does not speak any of that.
Common? Because bronze dragons speak common.
I mean, he'll try. He'll just call out to the dragon. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you. Would you like your water back?
Roll a persuasion with disadvantage.
Yeah. Sounds right.
More ones?
That'll be... No. It's 4.
4, very,
Oh,
very well.
that's not high.
So the dragon doesn't seem to react to your attempt at communication. It is its turn next. There we go. I did it. I know how to consonant people. The dragon will take its movement to fly 80 feet in a straight up line, flying up the entire cylinder. And while it gets close enough to be in almost melee range with the boat, he'll simply start giving you guys a push, trying to get you as far away from this opening as possible. And he'll simply
helpful. So you don't fall in.
And he'll simply scream a very intimidating "Leave!"
Are we able to see the boat 80 feet down during any of this? Can we see a name on the side of it?
You were able to see it, if you're on the port side of the boat where it's where you could see the shipwreck, then yeah, you'd be able to see it. In battle, because it started, the dragon flew out as you kind of parted the water, so you would not have been able to see a name at that moment. But on your turn, if you want to take a look and try and spot a name, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, the dragon orders you to leave, and yeah, he kind of gives your boat a push, trying to intimidate you guys into getting away. And Pidge, it is your turn.
Okay. Pidge jumps off of the crow's nest far away, as far as my 10 strength can get me, from the boat before I also become a young bronze dragon. I looked up their challenge rating and they're 8, so I can polymorph into anything a CR 10 or below.
Yeah.
And I flapped my wings into the sky. Huh?
Polymorph is for beasts, though.
I can't be a dragon?
Dragons are not beasts, they're dragons.
Whoops.
I think you can look up T-Rexes if you're interested in that.
Oh, I had such a good plan, too. Okay. I can't be a dragon. My intention was to talk to the dragon as a dragon. Leaving seems good. Alright, I won't polymorph on my turn. Instead, I will say to a monist and Minir, leaving seems like a good idea. We found a dragon lair. Do you want to just leave? These are dragons are like people. We can't just kill them. What do you guys think? Question mark. Free action, speak, talk time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, dude. And I'm going to point away from the dragon and say, steer the boat that way. And call to the dragon, our bad, we're leaving. Yeah.
Minir would just say, it's true. I've known especially badgers to be particularly randy when you disturb their nest and their homes. Sorry, sir. And he'll put the water back, and then he'll use the rest of the control water time to push the boat as fast as he can.
Yeah, can't kill
away.
Dragons. Yeah. You're cool.
Very good. So you work on pushing the boat away, and when the dragon sees that you don't intend to attack and or threaten his lair, he looks at you for a moment, remains very menacing, and plunges back into the water.
Yeah. Didn't know that was your house. Yeah.
It's
bronze
fine.
Dragons are lawful good, so I don't want to murder them. Sea serpents.
Well, if you're lucky, maybe you'll get one of those.
It had scales and it was underwater, so I guess you weren't so far off.
I keep my eye out for a sea serpent. Yeah.
All right. And the rest of day 2 goes by pretty uneventfully after this. You see a few of the people that were, on the boat, your crew. They seem pretty impressed. Like, oh my God, that was a dragon, like a real dragon. We saw one. And they seem to be getting very excited about it. There's a little bit of a, woo. And
we lived.
And
Yeah.
we lived. And we lived. And yeah, they feel very confident about this.
Minir would take the time to make note on the map exactly where they were when they met the dragon.
Sure.
It could be interesting for future reference. I don't know.
Sure. And you mark the spot on the map. Unless somebody else wants to do something on day 2, we can fast forward to day 3 and start the skill challenge again. Let's start with
That's fine.
Let's start with Pidge this time. What would you like to do, Pidge?
Well, I'm not as good at my other skills as I was at the skills that I've already burned. So I guess at this point, Pidge would like to do a history check of some kind. So I guess I'm going to think about the history of what is the name of that thing? The Purity Spear. So
right.
I get 2 times my proficiency bonus from Artificer's Lore on magical item history. And I'd like to
Right.
know if I've ever heard of this Purity Spear before.
All right. So roll your powered up history, please.
All right. Okay, so my history bonus is 5, plus my proficiency twice is 8. Which
Okay.
is 16? No, wait, what's math? 13. Plus 6 is 19 total.
19 total. All right.
Do I know anything about the Purity Spear?
Yeah, you do. It's, I mean, you haven't read specifically about this thing itself, but there are tales of a purity weapon, which is mostly what you know. And you make the connection with these tales that you would have read with the painting you saw of that old ancestor that had the spear. From your knowledge, it is an item of legendary caliber, and it can only be wielded by good people, like good aligned people. It seems to be that the Purity Spear is able to fight evil in great many ways, and it's known as its second name is the Curse Breaker.
All right. I tell that to my friends.
Very interesting.
Very nice. Amonist, Minir, who would like to go next?
Okay. Minir, having learned about Knots the day before and seeing how ineffective he was at directing other people to use that knowledge, he'll try and put it to the test himself. I'd like to use athletics. Do you know when you see in like the movies, they're like pulling on robes and like adjusting, I guess, the
All right.
not the mask, but like the sails and stuff?
Yeah, so we're trying to teach by example here. Good.
Well, I in his case, I think it's more like consolidate his own knowledge because he's lost a bit of little faith in himself.
Right. So you can roll out athletics, please.
Yep. Well, that'll be 3 plus 6, a total of 9.
Very good. All right.
You
so
do need to burn that dice.
Yeah,
I used a different dice. I just need to burn dice in general, I think, at this point.
do that. Just sacrifice your dice to the D&D gods. And
Oh, boy.
Captain Amonist?
Amonis seems like maybe those knots with the sails aren't going quite so well, so he's going to use acrobatics to jump up and do... I don't know if you ever saw the movie Treasure Planet, but the captain's kind of a cat lady, and she's bouncing around the sails in that first scene. That. And let's see, I have a +7, I rolled a 12, so total 19 to go around and sort of fix up those sails a little.
All right. Great. Amonist, ever the agile cat, is able to jump around without a problem, tightening everything he can to make sure it goes according to plan. As day 3 finishes, Amonist, I'll need you to roll another one of these skills for the boat. So it's just a straight D20. Oh, only a 3 for the skill check. All right.
Oh, only a 3. What will happen?
that's a good moment to take a break. So we'll stop for now. Thank you for playing Amonist,
See you later.
Pidge,
Bye.
and Minir.
I guess I'll see you next time.
Yep, see you next time.
We hope that you're enjoying this episode of the Firebreathing Kittens podcast. Please leave us a review on iTunes.com. You can subscribe to receive new episodes through your podcast player or by visiting firebreathingkittenspodcast.com or finding us on YouTube. Can you think of someone who might enjoy this podcast? Please share it with them. We don't pay to advertise this show, so the only way we can grow is through the support of listeners like you. Thank you.
Welcome back. We're joined by Pidge,
Hello.
Minir,
Pleasure to be back.
and Amonist.
Bonjour.
All right, everybody, please roll a d20.
I got a 2.
11.
Oh, that's a 5.
All right, who would be the closest to this number, which is, I don't know if you can see it, it's a 9.
I'm 4 off.
So I think it's Pidge.
No.
It's Pidge.
Pidge, would you like to take us through a recap of our first half?
Okay. We met Minir. He's a rock. We saw a banana leaf job poster by Sage Serena of the Aluji tribe. She wanted us to find a lost vessel, the vegan princess, and she was at a hotel and spa, a pink stone circular place up at the penthouse. I immediately distrusted her because she had waited 2 months to find her loved one, something that I did not understand. But then I understood that she's just a hippie who likes to talk to the universe, and the universe was like, now go get her. So I'm like, okay, she's stupid. All right, got it. Then we went and talked to Baron Wildingham, who also wanted us to go to the vegan princess, but mostly just to get a spear. Totally didn't care that his daughter was on the boat as well. He's like, she put herself there. Screw her. There might be a little bit of homophobia going on with Baron Wildingham because Serena told us that Fiona, the person on the boat who is lost, is her girlfriend, and that Baron Wildingham did not approve of her lifestyle. And this could explain why he does not want us, no particular concern about finding his daughter. In which case, Pidge's personal plan is to take the $40,000 gold that she gets from him, give it to the daughter, allowing the daughter to be personally, financially solvent, and let her pursue her bliss, which is hopefully not with Serena because Pidge thinks she's dumb, but whatever she wants. So, also, no one misses Captain Zaggy. He is unloved and seems to be... The GM is laughing right now. Seems to be completely unloved in this world, so Pidge is personally rooting for him. Okay. Next up. We're currently traveling on a boat. What? Huh?
Captain Zaggy?
The unloved. Captain Zaggy, the unloved.
Captain Zaddy, yeah, the captain of the vegan princess, which
he
is
was
true.
Missing for 2 months and no one cared, so...
That is a good point.
So we're currently on the Wildingham 100-foot-long ship with 30 staff. Pidge's job is to stay in the crow's nest and get a good tan. Amonist is the captain, and Minir is learning the fine finger work of running the boat from the captain.
Literally learning the ropes.
Learning the ropes.
Right, that's a good recap.
We met a dragon and didn't fight it. The end.
Very good. One thing we're going to start with, because we brought it up so we could ask ourselves a little bit more about her, because it's a her. Amonist, since you have experience on the seas, could you please roll a history?
Oh, I'm not good at that, but okay. I rolled a nat 1.
Those have been catching recently.
Contagions happen. It's okay. Amonist, you have not met Captain Zaddy or ever heard of the vegan princess.
No, I have not.
So, going back to our traveling, you've just traveled your 3rd day at sea, and we are now on day 4. As you wake up in that morning, you realize that you've been following the trajectory that was indicated in Irina's early divinations. and, guided by a monist chart that he has mapped out for you guys. Mm-hmm. So you've been following that trail, hoping to guide yourselves to the location where we believe the vegan princess to be found. As you wake up on the fourth day, it is not weirdly, but it is very cloudy and foggy, to the point where you can barely see, a couple of feet past the bowl itself. The fog is incredibly thick, and it seems to have a weird smell. You wake up discovering this, and those of you who would make your way to the main deck would see Sage Serena sitting on the floor, kind of in the middle of the deck, which is a little bit awkward. And you see her for a moment kind of shaking some dragonbone runes and throwing them on the ground, and kind of looking at those little runes that she has.
Well, somebody killed a dragon.
It's a good thing our friend yesterday didn't see those.
How big is that? She's like, they gotta be like cow femur sized, right?
I mean, they can be sculpted.
Oh.
It's just...
Okay.
Yeah, people make ivory figurines that are like this.
Yeah.
So the bones aren't vegan.
No, the princess is.
So, excuse me, Miss Serena. What is it that you see? Did you have any indication as to why there's this foul-smelling mist?
That is what I'm trying to find out. I have my suspicions, but I have not rolled my dice yet, so let's see if I can figure this out. I have no idea what is going on. As you probably know, us elves do not sleep, so I've been up all night. When the fog started happening, I thought it might be some sort of danger, so I tried to pay attention to the elements, and at the moment they do not seem to be speaking to me.
I could try and pay attention to the elements myself.
Alright. And how do you plan to do that, Mynheer?
I was going to say commune with nature, but it doesn't let me read fog. You know what? He's going to try another control water, because he would know, I guess, as a druid, that fog is like a form of water droplets in the air, and he will try and part the fog.
Alright. So you cast control water?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And you tried to part the wind? The mist, sorry.
Part the mist.
Okay.
I'm seeing like that very Mists of Avalon thing where he just raises his hands and
it parts. Alright. So you start trying to act on the mist around the boat, trying to kind of control it, and you are able, you feel like your magic is working, and you are able to kind of affect the fog a little bit, pushing it away from the boat, so that way you're actually able to kind of see the entire thing now. For a moment you were unable to see even the crow's nest, and now it's kind of back. And you have a good way of seeing kind of what's around the boat. I would need you to roll a percentile dice.
I can certainly do that. 45.
Mynheer, as you kind of expand your hands and try to part the fog around the boat, you also find yourself levitating.
Oh.
So you start lifting off the ground, and you're about 2-3 feet up in the air.
You don't know me much, but this is very unusual.
Ooh.
That's fun, because it's not unusual for Pidge.
I'm not 500 pounds. I imagine. Yeah. Is this your first time?
It's in rock form, definitely. I've flown before, but never like this.
How much do you weigh, Mynheer?
420 pounds. I'm surprisingly light for a big slab of stone.
Ah.
Are you hollow?
Definitely not as dense as you would expect, despite my intelligence.
Ah. All right, so I can levitate you. Okay, all right. Yeah, 501 pounds, cannot lift. All right, so yeah, you're levitating. How'd you do that?
I don't know. Let's see if I can figure it out. Can I figure it out?
I'd asked you to roll an Arcana, but this was your spellcasting thing, so just roll your spellcasting, like a spellcasting check, please.
Okay. Ooh, 19.
You figure out that you actually cast it on yourself. So you did part the fog, but it appears like you've done this yourself with your own magic. Like, you kind of realize with this sort of like ping at the back of your mind, like, oh, I'm concentrating on this.
What?
This is something that's innate, apparently. I'm a floating stone now.
Is this a type of mist that changes the spell that you cast when you try to use magic?
You can roll an Arcana if you want to try and figure it out.
I don't want to roll an Arcana.
All right, I hear you say that out loud, and I volunteer a 13.
13 Arcana. You're not sure exactly that something would be able to do this, like change a spell that someone is casting. You do know that some magics, as opposed to yours who have studied for your spells, you do know that some magics tend to be unpredictable sometimes.
Ah.
Wild magic!
Oh, that was a percentile dice. Oh, you got very lucky, Manir.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I was blue for a long time.
Yeah, you were.
Blue? I wouldn't mind being blue. People might mistake me for an opal or something, and they'd think I'm more expensive than they usually do.
You'd be
That's
a really
fun.
large sapphire to pull out of a pocket.
I'd have to be translucent, though, and I don't know how I feel about people seeing my insides.
Do you have insides?
Well, I don't, but I feel like it would be inappropriate in a humanoid society.
Man, a monist wants to split you open.
Well, he already hinted before that he didn't know if he had vocal folds, and I really wanted to take a look.
I can tell. A monist wants to dissect you, Manir.
Well, you can certainly try. I don't know how well Scalpel will interact with my stone nut flesh.
I mean, I wasn't going there, but if I wanted to, my swords are magical.
No, I'm pretty. I mean, I don't need to eat. I can't eat, breathe, sleep, or age. So I'm pretty sure that there's nothing going on inside me.
Yeah, probably not.
I do come from another plane, so
I would assume nothing going on. Everything wears out eventually. But, regardless, we need to figure out what's going on now.
erosion is the primary cause of death for my people.
Kaihaku would have definitely wanted to cut Manir open, or like would have gone into the ethereal plane to look through Manir, like an X-ray. But Pidge respects the sanctity of life.
As it was shown not even the day before.
Yeah, sometimes too much.
So as you're having this conversation about the mist itself and the nature of Minir's insides, Sage Serena would pay attention for a moment and stand up. Excuse me, do you know what is causing this?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Hi, Serena, I'm Pidge. I shake her hand. This is probably wild magic.
Wild magic? But that would mean, what could cause such a thing? For us to sail into wild magic?
It's spontaneous.
Very well, but I'm trying to figure out if I would know how to do this, but this is beyond my knowledge at the moment.
Oh, well, once you're in mist, you can't really choose the direction you head in. Do we have a compass, you guys? Or are we sight-directed?
Yes. We should have a compass. I mean, I would assume that's part of my navigation tools.
I would assume so as well.
Okay. Does it work in the wild magic? Because this is a pretty classic Bermuda Triangle here. Is it spinning?
DM, what does my compass look like when I look at it?
Yeah, it's spinning. There is this sort of, maybe we're going north, maybe we're going south, and sometimes we're back north.
You have entered the Bermuda Triangle. Da da da. It's quite lovely.
Okay.
We want to
So
keep
it
going
affects
in.
magic.
Go ahead, sorry.
So it affects magic, and it's apparently affecting technology because this compass is entirely non-magical.
Indeed. The magnetic ley lines of the planet of draws have been altered. Or are spinning. Something else could be stronger. Yep. What were you going to say, Manir?
If we keep going in the same direction for long enough, will we get out of it? Do we know that? Because I just to make sure that we're not drifted off by any kind of currents, I could maybe use a new trick that I just learned, that I just figured out, and keep us going in the same direction for 5 hours.
Oh, is that a thing? You can do that?
I can turn myself into a water elemental and just push the ship.
We have the ability to continue going forward because the ship has sails. And what do the sails look like right now?
Let me check. Yeah, wind is still steady enough. Like, you do have wind coming into the sails, and you do seem like you have the ability to navigate. The boat also has, unless I'm mistaken, oars. So I think it's also able to travel even without wind.
Yeah, so unless your water elemental form can make us go straight, it can make us go, but it can't make us go straight.
I could turn into an air elemental.
It's
instead.
The straight part that you would just propel us, but we could slowly over the course of hours be turning at an angle. That's...
Oh.
So, yeah.
That's a good point. You see, I don't know ships very well.
Yeah. So I look at Serena, and I am chaotic good. So I'm like, let's just go with it. Let's keep going further into the fog. Like, what are we going to do? Turn around?
I mean, if anything, I think we're getting closer. This could explain what happened to a previous boat.
Ah, smart thinking, Serena. You're a smart one. What do you guys want to do? Stay on watch? Look out for sea serpents. They're a real danger.
I want to steer the ship. I would love an aerial view, though. Do you want to take your broom of flying and go up above the fog and see if you can see how big it is and what's coming up?
Sure. What's the longest rope we have here? 500 feet? 1,000 feet? Can we tie some ropes together? I can mend their edges together.
Sure. We're on a ship. I think we have like unlimited rope.
2,000 feet?
Sure.
All right, you hold this end. I'll hold this end. I'm going to go fog,
I tie that into the mast.
Thank you. And I tie one end to my stomach, around the middle. And I go up on my broom of flying.
All right, 2,000 feet?
Sure.
All right. So you go up into the fog. For a while, you don't see much past, a couple of feet all around you. It's really thick. And after about 1,000 feet, you do kind of poke out of the fog. A little bit like a plane poking out, like on the upside of a cloud. And you keep going up. And yeah, you do see that there is this sort of big mass of fog across the water itself. It extends thousands and thousands of feet in all direction. Like, you've been in there for a while. But as you have a good look on it, I'll let you roll another Arcana check, please.
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Plus 9.
Yes.
29.
All right. 29 of the natural kind. So as you were, you started to have these theories about what's going on as you were kind of ascending through the fog. As you poked out, you feel the air change for a moment. And that weird smell that you had, the minute you poke out of the cloud, you start smelling something that feels more natural for some time at sea. Like the briny, salty smell of water. And you start paying attention to kind of your senses and what's going on. And you're asking yourself, what could be this? With a nat 20, you realize, okay, maybe we've poked into some sort of rift or magical anomaly. You have the sense that you may have sailed into something resembling the Feywilds, but at sea.
Ocean Feywild. Okay, I'll stop calling it Fart Cloud on my notes and start calling it Ocean Feywild. Right.
Fart Cloud is wonderful too.
I use the rope to find the boat again. And I tell my friends, hey guys, this is an Ocean Feywild probably, maybe, I don't know.
Did you see how big it is?
Real big.
Okay.
That doesn't sound great.
No. Last time I was in one of these, and thanks it's got pockets, there were blue crystal creatures and stuff. They weren't nice.
Yeah.
How many days have we been out?
This would be day number 4.
2 questions. 1, where is the closest land and reef?
Closest land and reef. You'd have to look at a map for that. You're 4 days away from the port you sailed from.
Are we going to ground ourselves if we continue blindly into the fog, or are we in open waters? If the Feywild doesn't have its own floating land or whatever.
I mean, you weren't able to notice land from where you were above the cloud itself.
Right. But on the map, is there like,
on the map, it is still open sea. Like, if there are like tiny little islands or something, you would know exactly. But from what you're seeing at the moment, it seems still open water.
Okay. All right. Second question. How many days would it take us if we did turn around and go back? Like, how quickly did we notice? Are we like stuck in this? Or, like, because we could go entirely around it if this 4 days in is not the place where they sank, right? Because we're still only halfway through our journey.
It appears halfway through, but
yeah,
it's the Feywild's baby. So how long would it take? It's still the morning. Sage Serena noticed this like halfway through the night. So
we didn't have anybody on watch?
Because Minir doesn't sleep. So you'd kind of
so I mean, you would have noticed that as well. And I think Amonis, you're an elf as well. So like a few of you.
I am an elf, although my character sheet still says like I need half sleep, but I still sleep.
Yeah, you still sleep, but it's 4 hours, and you're 4 hours of meditation. You're somewhat more alert when you sleep than like a human still, or that's kind of always how I've understood it, though. So like,
and Minir doesn't sleep at all.
And Minir doesn't sleep at all. So yeah, a few of you would high five rock. So yeah, a few of you in that case would have noticed this happening, and that means that you've only been in the fog for a couple of hours.
Hours?
I mean, halfway through the night or something.
Minir, you didn't sound the alarm?
I would have.
Okay, so what should we do now?
Well, I guess we're in it because although I would have turned around immediately because day 4 means this is not the thing that sunk her ship.
Unless it goes on for a day.
Unless it goes on for 3 days, because we're 3 days out from where her boat is.
That depends. 7 days was to sail to the Elugi
she didn't
Islands,
make it.
and she didn't make it that far.
Oh, okay. I thought 7 days was the location of her boat. Okay.
No, that's why this whole time I've been like, she could be anywhere along this.
You're right. Okay. Feywild. How do we feel about this? You guys are sea elf, rock from another plane. We can probably take it. Yeah. At least talk to it.
We can certainly try.
It worked last time.
Pidge doesn't have kids. Let's keep going.
All right. So you try and keep going and orient yourself in the Fey Fog Wild.
Can we have Pidge go up above again and sort of lead in the right direction since she's above the fog and can see?
Sure. Pidge, if you like, maybe you can even take up the compass with you and try to guide from above.
Pidge knows what her perception score is and suggests that one of the crew members do it.
You can take a crew member with you on your, because you can hold up to 400 pounds on that.
Yeah, and I weigh 40. I can, but like, I'm not good at being a lookout, guys. I'm not in the crow's nest because I'm looking around.
Do you want me to come with you?
You can just do it. Here's a rope. Here's a broom.
All right, fine. So I'll go up ahead and I'll leave my first mate to steer the ship as I go up on the flying broom with a rope attached and pull the rope in the direction that the boat needs to go.
All right. So following Pidge's example, you fly up above the cloud. I'm assuming that means with your map, with your navigator's tools kind of on the broom, kind of trying to figure this out?
Yes.
All right. So you peek out from the cloud. Once again, similar to Pidge's experience, you start smelling something that seems more natural for your time at sea as you kind of peek out from the cloud, and you can try to orient yourself from there. So I'll need you to roll a survival check, please. And you can add your proficiency bonus to that because of your navigator's tools.
16.
16, all right. So even from this distance, with the compass, you're kind of able to guide the ship. So everybody who would be kind of on deck would just see this sort of like taut rope that goes up into the clouds and kind of try to follow it in the direction that it pulls the boat. And you feel pretty confident in your You feel confident in your ability to kind of guide the ship through where was marked on the map, even through this fog, even without seeing kind of what's below. You start guiding the ship, and it seems to be going well.
Okay.
So while this is happening, Minnie and Pidge, is there something you'd like to do to contribute? You've done a lot already, Pidge, but asking again.
Minir, well, holding the bar. He would use Druidcraft to create that that orb that can predict the weather.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And try and help himself with that, and also try and get a sense, like, is this the same weather that we're experiencing in this Feywild cloud thing, or am I just looking at nonsense in my hand right now?
So you create this little glowy ball in your palm that is supposed to tell you of incoming weather, and it kind of glows a multitude of colors all at once. There's a little bit of purples and greens and oranges. It looks pretty weird, but you do get the sense still through your interpretation of these colors that the little ball says foggy.
Is it going to last 24 hours?
It seems pretty steady, yeah. I mean, the randomness seems steady.
Ugh. Well, I suspect we have at least 24 hours of this.
Pidge says to Serena, "Hey, yo, for safekeeping and to keep it on hand, why don't you wear that amulet?"
Oh, I have been ever since we bought it. I think it looks very nice.
It does.
I even took some time to attune to it.
Good. That's all I can do.
All right. Amonis, you're still on the broom, pulling the boat, trying to guide. Please roll a perception.
Okay. Oh, rolled a 19, and I get a bonus on top of that. Perception plus 4, so 23.
23, very good. And can you also please roll me one last d20?
Okay. 14.
14. All right. So as this is going on, this, by the way, completes the skill challenge. After a while, Amonist, you realize that there is an area in the mist about a couple hours out. You have a feeling, based on your speed, if you pull the boat, that it will take a few hours to get there. But you do see what appears to be some sort of I'm not going to say a hole, but like there is an area in the mist a little bit further out that seems a little bit thinner. Like it seems like you would be able to kind of see through that part a little bit more.
The eye of the storm.
I'm going to pull towards that.
All right. So Amonis starts guiding in this direction. After a few hours, you do start, everybody on the boat, start feeling the fog thinning out a little bit. The rope that was pulling the boat basically starts appearing a little bit more, to the point where at some point you see a tiny little dot about 2,000 feet in the air. I'm just realizing how 2,000 feet of rope is ridiculous, but sure.
Mending is if you've got 4 ropes, 40 ropes, which on a boat you do, right?
Yeah.
What is the weight on that much rope?
Immense.
Prob's heavy.
No idea. But the point is, as you start noticing having this little dot of an Amonist very high up, you do see about 300 feet in this sort of clearing in the mist, you see the sight of a long vessel coming into view.
Ta-da! Does it say Vegan Princess?
From the side, you're not exactly able to see the name on the boat. It seems to match a name like that. The boat itself is an impressive ship. Like, your sailing ship right now is about 100 feet long. This one is probably like 150, close to 200. Like, it's enormous.
Is it above the water?
It's slightly above the water. Its hull is covered in what appears to be flowers and vines, and the main the main mast on the boat appears to be a tall tree instead of like a constructed mast.
Oh no.
That's a very interesting construction.
Turn around.
Should Should I be turning?
Yeah.
All
I'm
right.
up
all right.
above. I can do nothing.
I'll turn the
Yeah.
wheel.
Turn around
All right.
and drop anchor. Don't approach.
So, Amonist, as you're trying to guide the boat towards this, you kind of start feeling like the rope is pulling you in the other direction.
It's a boat. I cannot stop it. I am dragged along.
Yeah. I wave both arms. I'm, again, 3 feet, 4 inches tall. And I wave both arms above my head and I scream Amonist 2,000 feet. That's not going to go very far, but, you know.
No, I see nothing. I wonder if she has any other more impressive ways to catch my attention.
I'm not going to burn a spell slot.
Really? Oh, no, you don't have prestidigitation.
I become a blue whale in the ocean with the stats of the large shark.
Okay. So you use your ability to turn into a blue whale.
I have to cast polymorph on myself with a 4th level spell.
Not what I would have done, but okay.
All right.
And the splash alerts a monist. Belly flop.
Yes. It moves the boat slightly aside very suddenly in a jerking, and the jerking rope almost pulls me off of the broom. I hang on and climb back down onto it and immediately fly back down to find out what happened.
All right. While Amonist is flying back down, Pidge, I'll need a percentile dice, please.
I used a magic in a Feywild. Okay. Percentile dice. 76? What actually happened to Pidge? Whoa.
Oh, that's actually interesting. Not only did you turn into a blue whale, you turn into a glowing blue whale. You glow with bright light in a 30-foot radius, and that lasts for about a minute.
I like that. That's cool. I'm going to use that to explore. Do blue whales have sonar? I don't know. I'm going to assume they do.
You can look at the shark stats and see what senses they have, since you were using the shark stat block. That lasts for about a minute. So for those of you that were on deck, that would include Minir and some of the crew member and Captain Zadi, you kind of get blinded for half a second, like when you look too closely at the sun, as the little gnomish wizard jumps in the air, turns into a enormous glowing whale, and then splashes next to the boat.
That's very subtle. That's very subtle.
Well, something's got to go close to there. You guys can ride on my back. So I have blind sight to 60 feet. I don't know what that means. Sonar?
It means
Sonar, 60 feet.
You're blinded
Yeah.
outside of 60 feet.
Yeah, blind sight means that even if your eyes are covered or something, you can still orient yourself and perceive normally. So yeah, it's sonar.
Okay. I stay at the surface and flap my giant flipper very slowly, gesturing for people to come on me rather than the boat, because I don't think I'm going to grow a tree out of my mast. I shall guide you over there.
All right. So
Jump on my back.
So as you indicate this, you see that 3 of the sea elves that were accompanying Serena jump on your back. One of them going, "Lady, please stay on the board where it's safe." But 3 of them
toys.
Yeah, the boy toys will jump on your back. And this would be around that time, Amonist, I'm guessing, that you would have landed on the boat or gotten close.
Yep. He lands on the deck, singing the tune of It's Raining Men.
Awesome.
This is not how I pictured it to rain men on me, but I'll take it.
Well, you are currently covered with semen.
Gross. Don't like it. All right.
Are we allowed to say that here?
I don't like it.
I'm going to roll a wisdom save for that vicious mockery. And yeah, I took psychic damage from that. Thank you, Amonist.
You're welcome.
So who else would jump on the whale as she's preparing, I understand, to approach the boat?
I guess Minir would follow suit.
All right, so Minir climbs on the whale as well. Amonist, do you keep the broom? Do you get on the whale?
I'm going to give the broom back to Pidge. I'm going to just tuck it down in her little bag attached to her whale body.
Okay. You can leave it on the boat if you want.
Oh, you might need
Just
it.
bring it with you. I don't have pockets right now.
No? Did your bag of holding transform with you?
I don't have a bag of holding. I just carry around a broom. I have 3 sticks I carry around, 2 stabs and a broom, and a fanny pack.
I'll give it back to you later.
Okay.
But Amonis is going to hop on over too.
Yeah. You
All
should
right.
bring it with you. Okay.
Minir
Alright.
would take 10 minutes of the whale ride to ritually cast Water Walk on, up to 10 people. So himself and up to 9 other people.
All right. Well,
On the
that's-
whale's back.
I already got it.
Well, that's everybody on the whale, so you can cast it.
in case.
And as you're approaching Minira, I'll need another percentile dice, please.
Oh, shit.
Don't cast magic in the Feywild.
I'm not very good at keeping track of things. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Ooh. 98.
Whoa.
Okay. And I'm just, while you're rolling this, I'm also just checking water walking. Is that concentration?
Nope. It just lasts for an hour.
Okay, cool. 98. All right, so as you're kind of doing this whale ride towards the boat, Minir, you start vibrating for a moment, emitting kind of, like a subwoofer, like low bass vibrations.
Please don't explode.
And you are
I swear I
surrounded.
don't have organs.
You're actually surrounded by faint, ethereal music for the next minute. So just a boom, 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 woo, or something.
We have Muzak on the whale ride.
Elevator music.
Yeah, elevator music on the whale ride as you approach. The boat itself. As you get closer, you notice that the vines and the flowers that are like all along the hull and the big tree like sprouting out of the mast. You realize that and this is something that Minir would pick up right away, being a druid. But you realize that the entire boat's like the plant life seems to be diseased in some way. Most of the plants appear darkened, sick. Where there would be petals, there are none. The tree has basically lost half the leaves on one side. And as you get closer, you realize that the ship appears to be kind of tipped a little bit on the starboard side, and its hull is cracked. There's what appears to be some sort of like a huge rock or like a reef, and it appears like the boat has crashed on it, and it's kind of just hanging there on the side, one side of the boat completely cracked.
Well, this is strange. A boat with a hole in it and diseased plants.
That is very strange.
Whales can't talk.
Is there any way can't you communicate with a whale, Minir?
I can I? Let's see.
I'm pretty loud.
I'm
just making
can't.
big sounds, big whale sounds.
I can't efficiently, but I suppose we could just say out loud and ask questions if we say blowhole once for no and blowhole twice for yes.
Yeah, but I'm just announcing our presence to the people that may be still alive and desperately hoping for rescue.
Very true.
And
I can try and locate the spear if that can guide us.
And first, as you start doing these low noise, who, as I understand, are meant for you to be noticed, right? This is what the whale was trying to do. All right. So you start making these noise as you were getting closer to the boat, and as you start getting closer, you realize that the fog above the boat seems to be kind of moving for a little bit. It seems like there's some movement in the air above the boat, and you hear a few cracks of lightning in the fog above the boat. And one bolt of lightning will go straight for you guys. It's gonna go for the whale, and yeah, it's actually gonna go for you guys. So yeah, I need everybody to roll a dex save, please.
That's a 4.
2. Big whale.
I rolled a 15, but I know I get a big bonus. Hold on.
Amonis jumps off of the whale's back.
Yes. Cat-like, remember?
Yep.
So 15 plus 5, plus I get half of my proficiency bonus, so 22.
Okay, so Amonis, you succeed on that dex save. The other two, you do not. So those who have failed, you take 15 lightning damage from that lightning hit, and Amonis, you take half of that, so that would be 7. You notice that the 3 sea elves who were accompanying you take this damage as well. They kind of jump off the whale too, and they kind of, there's this moment of like, wait, we can usually swim, but now we're walking on water. This is weird.
You're welcome.
At this point, you'd be about just to draw a picture, you'd be about 60 feet away from the boat. And you would notice on the main deck, so kind of standing on the deck in front of the big tree, are 3 little figures. Pretty disgusting. They look like old, decrepit women with like matted hair, bluish skin, long claws, and they're kind of cackling like, and everybody roll initiative, please.
That's terrifying.
Hags! I turn them into sloths.
The dice.
21.
Okay. 21, Pidge?
18.
And Manir?
5.
Okay.
I'm just going to sit here and gather some moss while everybody else does things.
Not much. I'm a whale.
How far from them are we?
You're about 60 feet away from the main deck at the moment.
Oh, okay.
All right. Amonis, you're first. So you're about 60 feet away, and you've just been attacked by these ladies.
Okay. They attacked me from 60 feet away?
Yes, they sent the lightning bolt.
Using my Cloak of the Manta, it gives me a swim speed of 60.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, I know, right? Can I swim the 60 feet?
You'll land on the solid water surface as if you were flopping onto a linoleum floor if you try.
I think with the water walking, you can still decide to swim if you prefer. Like, you're not stuck on water.
But he said he didn't want it, and he needs to be willing.
Yeah, he didn't. And,
no.
He didn't want
I actually have a ring that already gives me water walking. I have water walking and the Cloak of the Manta. So above water, underwater, it's all good.
Nice. Yeah, you're able to swim all the way to the you'd be able to swim underwater all the way to the boat if you wanted. That would bring you all the way to the boat itself. You'd still have to kind of climb on, so that would take a little bit more movement than 60 to get up there. But you could, if you wanted to dash action surge is an option too for you if you want to do that.
I'm going to hold off on the action surge. I could also fly there. I do have the giant fly. It has a fly speed of 60 as well. If I fly there, will I be able to just land on the deck of the boat?
Sure, it can take you maybe like a 60 feet in a kind of diagonal trajectory, and then you could kind of jump off if you wanted. Just curious though, the fly, does it take like an action to summon? How does that work?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, it wouldn't not take an action.
It does take an action?
Yeah, it's not instantaneous. You gotta like pull out your fly and be like,
let it out of its Pokeball. Yeah.
Yeah. Pikachu, go.
All right. Screw it. I'm just gonna swim, and then I will use the second motion that will end my turn to climb up the side of the boat.
All right. So you dash, climb up the side of the boat, and you find yourself facing these 3 hags on the main deck. The first one sees you come up, and she's going to try and get to you using her glare ability, so you'll need to roll a wisdom save, please.
Does that have a roll to hit?
No, it's a wisdom save, please.
Okay. Oh, rolled a 5. It doesn't matter. I'm going to fail this.
So how much was that with your modifiers and saves and stuff?
Gotta be less than the thing. So I rolled a 5. My wisdom save is 0. So it's 5.
Amonis, you dropped to 0 hit points as you've been hit by the death glare.
Amonis.
Someone help me.
Oh.
That finishes its turn. It is Pidge the whale.
Is Amonis like horizontal on the deck?
You see him fall, yeah.
Okay. All right. This surprises Pidge. Pidge knows Amonis to be very strong and probably freaks her out a little bit. So I do not have enough movement to go 60 feet. I only have 50 feet as my swim speed.
Uh-huh.
And I don't have any healing of any kind. So the only thing I can do is take out enemies. So what I really want to do is Free Willy, where like I take a dash action and I jump over and onto the boat and crush the 3 hags with my enormous body. But officially, I cannot do that. I am allowed a bite action.
The
stats of a giant shark.
Yeah, but rule of cool, seriously. Okay, so if you're going to take your movement and your dash, I'm going to let you try an athletics as a giant whale to see if you can do the wheelie move.
All right. Is that the strength one? I'm good at that. I have a 23 in strength.
Yeah, it is a strength one.
Okay.
You're using your strength whale body to jump off the water.
11.
All right. So you do your move and your dash, and you're trying to kind of jump and get to the top of the boat. It doesn't go exactly as planned because you actually slam yourself against the boat itself,
right.
shaking it quite a bit.
Whoops trip.
Are the hags now prone?
One of the hags gets knocked prone from that giant hit because it is a giant whale that just kind of threw itself across the boat.
And now I'm in melee range, so next time I can bite them.
Yeah. I mean, you're still kind of in the water and they're at the top of the boat, though, like at the top of the main deck.
Can I swim up and bite and plop back down? Like swim up and bite and plop back down? Move action.
I kind of have a feeling that you need to have water for that.
Oh.
Like if you're just at sea level, I don't think you're able to kind of swim all the way up to the top of the boat.
How tall is the boat?
It would be because it's 3 floors, so it would be about like a 30-ish feet, like off the ground. It's not true. It's a little bit tipped over the side, so it would be kind of a 20 feet to reach the main deck.
Okay, I'm a blue whale. Can I ram this boat like real hard next turn, or is this completely impossible? Bad player thoughts. Because if I shatter it, I can then bite them in the water. Yeah.
I will say that as a DM, there is
Don't
never
try.
a really bad player thought. So
Okay.
you want to try something, you try something. I make the rules, whatever.
I'm going to try that next turn. I was like,
Right.
oh, I can ram it.
Right. So, Pidge, you've just hit the boat itself.
Yeah.
One hag that was on the deck saw this happen and sees you kind of there. And Amonist is not a threat at the moment. So she's just going to start running off, and she will jump off the deck and actually try and land on you and go for a claw attack.
Oh, she's going to try to put herself into my bite attack. I like it.
And what's your AC as a whale?
13.
13. So she hits, and as a whale, you take 6 slashing damage from that claw attack.
Down to 105 hit points.
Very good. And can you please roll a concentration since you took damage?
I've never done this before, so what's the math on that?
10 or higher.
Okay. Do I add
It's
anything to it?
It's a con save, so you can use your whale stats.
Plus 5, 13?
Yeah, so you're fine. You maintain your whale form.
Okay.
And it is Minir's turn.
Let's see. I'm very concerned about my friend being knocked down, and I can see it clearly now. So let's use a 4th level healing word as a bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
So that is going to be, very nice. 12 plus 3, 15 hit points back to Amonist.
Thank you.
So 15 hit points, then that was my bonus action. And then these hags, they look quite intimidating, don't they?
A little bit.
Feed them to the giant whale.
The one that's closest, I guess, the one that's on the whale now. I'll go up to her and I will use Primal Savagery. So that will be a 20 to hit.
20 to hit. Yeah, that does hit for sure.
14 damage.
14 damage.
Acid damage.
Oh, acid damage on the hag. Very good. And that was number 2.
So, like,
All right.
really sharp rock claws come out of his hands, and he slashes there.
All right. So, Amonist, you awaken on the floor as you receive healing from your rock friend, and you manage to slash the hag on the top of the whale. Pretty epic visuals. It is the third hag's turn, and hag number 3 is the one that had sent the lightning bolt the first time, and she's still maintaining that spell, so she is going to try once again. So raising her fist in the air, she's going to grab some more lightning and pull it down on you guys. This time, let's see who she hits. Oh, that was lucky. She sends it straight to the 3 sea elves who are still a little bit further back. They hadn't moved yet, So they're kind of a little bit further back from the boat, just kind of chilling there, walking on water.
Don't die, NPCs.
They're not gonna die. I mean, this time, they're elves, so they're pretty dexterous, and yeah.
Are they dead?
I mean, they're hit. They're hit, but they dodge all. They dodge all of it. One of them doesn't look good. The other two seem still fine-ish.
Boy toy number 2, don't die. I can't bring you back.
Not to worry. And it actually is their turn. So all 3 of them you see start running together. In the initiative, they were one behind the other because they suck like that. But for cool visuals, they're going to run next to each other. All 3 of them pull out their weapons at the same time, these chakrams. And each of them will throw one at a different hag. And, okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. So they're all hit, and they all take some slashing damage from these weapons. That's okay. Very good. And all right, the hag that was concentrating on the spell is hit pretty hard. You could almost say she was hit critically. But she manages to maintain concentration on her Call Lightning spell.
Good job, dude. Respect.
And
I do a little whale wink at her. Yeah.
And you see that as they throw these chakrams, all the chakrams, when they hit, they actually kind of return to them. So they kind of circle back and go back to the hand of their owners. And we are back at Amonist. You are on the floor with 15 hit points, but you are awake.
Yay!
I'm still on the floor?
Yeah, you were knocked prone when you were knocked unconscious. So you're awakened but prone on the floor.
Does that affect how many actions I take?
No, it's half your movement if you want to stand. And then you can act as normal.
I wasn't planning on moving at all. I was just going to attack.
All right. So you're still facing the 2 that are on the deck, number 1 and number 3. 3 is the one that was concentrating on the spell, if you wanted to know that. And it would be kind of obvious because she's the one who's kind of,
Oh,
he did a dance.
Yeah, dancing. Okay. Just so I know for the rolling of damage, are these things weak to lightning damage? Or ice?
They are not.
Okay. So I actually sent my rolls to the group chat here because they don't seem believable. I'm using an action surge this time, so I rolled 5 hits total, and there were 3 crits within that.
Oh, I see.
What?
Screen cap proves it.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like, my dice roller sometimes just gives me a lot of really high rolls, and like, I've been accused of faking these, so I'm like, I'm just gonna take a screen cap and just show you. I legit got 3 crits.
Yeah, you did.
They're out of my 5 hits.
Yeah. Okay.
The other 2 are a 20 and a 23 to hit. Those would be because I have a plus 11.
All of these hit, and I'm not familiar with the screen cap. So when we see total at the bottom, is that the damage? Or
no, that's just the hits. I'm still rolling damage by the time you got to me.
Okay.
So all of these hits. So I'm just gonna roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12. So that is 12d6s.
A critical means that you take
damage.
the number of dice.
Yeah, you double the number of dice, but you don't double the modifiers.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Good job, Amonist.
7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 35.
For some reason, you were especially angry at that moment.
I am extremely angry.
I wonder why.
I am furious and start lashing out. Left, right. 5 sword slashes. And they hit really well. These things are really close to me. I think they weren't expecting me to pop back up to life.
Yeah, they were like stepping over your unconscious form, and you were like, oh no. Stood right back up.
In this flurry of hits, I deal a total of 82 damage.
All right. Well, number 3 be gone.
And this is multiple hits. So if number 3, if there's spillover damage, it goes to the other one.
Yeah, because he would stop striking a unconscious.
Wait, but then in that case, we have to do the math here though, because it's not just like how many hits are going on one and on the other, especially since there are crits. Like, where do you split those?
I rolled the dice all at once together. Did the hag have significantly more than 82 hit points?
Yeah, I mean, not significantly more than 82.
Less.
No, they had less.
Less.
Or I'm sorry, did they have it significantly less?
They were close.
They were close. Okay, let me just roll the last 2, and let's see. The last hit out of all of that did 15.
Okay, cool. So so we have the one hag that's dead, and I'll put the 15 on number 1.
Thank you.
Which, yeah, she does not like that at all. Ugh. And it is her turn, and she is pissed.
Keep in mind that I have the Cloak of Displacement on as well for your rolls.
Remind me what that does?
You roll to hit me with anything. You roll at disadvantage until the first time I'm hit for that turn.
Oh, okay. Very good. Well, then in that case, she doesn't have a lot of options in that case. She's going to look at you once again, and you'll have to make that wisdom save, please.
Oh, dear. All right.
The sad face of a person with a high
Oh,
AC.
wait. Oh, I made a mistake here.
And a cloak of
So
displacement.
I'll have to change this. You started your turn next to the hag, so you'll have to make a first wisdom save to see if you're afraid of her. And then she can do this again.
To make a wisdom save for that?
Yeah, so first you make a wisdom save to see if you're afraid of her, and then we'll see
I rolled a 16.
16. So you are not afraid, which means she cannot do the Death Glare again. Oh, poor thing. She's just going to try and slash at you then.
Good luck.
Yeah, so she has disadvantage, you said?
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Cloak of displacement. Indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's your AC?
I think it's 20. Let me check.
Okay, she doesn't hit. Poor little thing. Poor little hag. Whale Pidge, it is your turn.
It's 20.
Is there a hag standing on my blue whale snoot, slashing at me?
Yeah, there still is one. At the moment, you have Minir and the hag fighting on your back.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a dog with a treat on its nose, pop its nose up into the air, and then snap that treat out of the air?
I'm familiar.
Okay. My bite attack, which is a +9 to hit, is a 21 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
As I chomp down upon her for 24 blue whale damage, which for a great white shark would be piercing. If you want it to be bludgeoning, it can be.
Yeah, let's do bludgeoning. It's just more in theme.
And I get the treat.
All right. So what's the damage?
24.
24 biting damage?
Yep.
Oh, she does not look good.
And I have bitten her.
All right. Just because you kind of bit her from your mouth to your back, and there was a lot of movement here, Minir and her will do a deck save, please, to see if you stay on the whale or if you fall off.
17.
All right. Both of you managed to grab on and stay on the whale after that bite. It is her turn, and she did not like that at all. So she is... Oh, I forgot about that. You started your turn and you could see the hag, Whale. I will remember that next time, I promise.
Oh.
So Whale, please roll your wisdom save.
Okay. 13. Whales aren't very
All right.
wise.
But you are still not afraid. You're fine.
Oh, cool.
So, following this, it is her turn, and nobody is afraid of her, and she does not like that one bit. So she's gonna just try and dig in her claws into the whale that she's standing on once again. And she misses miserably because her life is terrible and she hates herself. Minir, it's your turn.
My AC is only 13. If she really...
Oh, she's aware.
Oh, okay.
Minir, it's your turn.
Minir would have went again for a primal savagery. So again, like the claws come out of his hands and stone, dripping with acid, and he lashes at her. It was a 20 for the attack roll.
Nice, that hits.
And it was 12 acid damage again.
And she is gone.
And that shoves her right, summoning lightning at us and glaring the other one to death.
Did
And
you do
he'll just-
lethal or non-lethal damage, or can you choose?
He didn't say
call it-
non-lethal, so it was lethal.
Well, I guess we'll just ask the dust the questions then.
Yep.
Is she unconscious or dead?
She's very dead.
Are any of these just unconscious?
So far, I mean, one was just destroyed by a monist, so I don't think that one survived. And the other one was attacked by acid, so no, she started melting, as every good witch does. So, Manir, that was your action. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Move or something?
Be done for now.
Okay. All right. So it is, that ends your turn. 3 is dead. So it is the turn of those 3 sea elves one more time. And, I mean, all 3 of them have their chakrams, and they are going to go for the remaining hag.
We need one to ask questions from.
All right. So, I'm
a whale. I'm a whale.
Oh, I'll say it. Do non-lethal. We need to question her.
Being unfamiliar with the mentions of non-lethal to something that just struck them with lightning twice, they're not exactly sure how to react. That makes 2 of them miss their attack, which... but the last one manages to hit for... Okay. It is a good slash, not enough to drop her. And that finishes their turn. And we're back at Amonist.
Am I still within range of this one?
Yeah, you are still within range.
Okay. So I'm going to do non-lethal damage, and I already rolled these. No crits. 3 hits. Hit to hit is 25, 22, and 20.
All right. Roll your damages, please.
19, 13, and 15 for a total of 47 non-lethal damage.
And you drop her. And she's dead. Boop, 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 boop.
Nope, she's not dead.
Non-lethal.
Non-lethal. She's unconscious.
Non-lethal. She is dropped to the ground. Sorry about that.
We've got 2,000 feet of rope to use.
Are we out of battle sequence now?
You are out of initiative as you have dropped the last hag.
So Amonist walks over and pins her hand to the deck and uses his immovable rods to pin her by the wrists down to the deck.
All right. She's still unconscious at the moment.
All right. Manir, you want to heal her up a bit?
If I have to, I guess. So
I know we did so much effort to take the health down. Now we bring it back up.
A large eye watches them.
So I'll use a level 1 healing word. She regains 6 HP.
All right. she wakes up with this terrible sound that I tried to make.
Amonist carefully does not look her in the eye.
It's fine. You resisted her fear, so you're not going to be afraid anymore.
Okay.
She wakes up. She struggles against the immovable rods, kind of pinned to the floor, like... And yeah, she thrashes and she's pissed and she's angry. If you'd like to try and speak to her.
Can we compel her in any way? Or should I try and intimidate?
Ooh. I will be of no help in persuading people.
Yeah? Still a whale? Okay.
I liked biting things for 3d10 plus 6.
Wow.
Okay. So I'm going to roll an intimidation check. I got a 15 plus...
And how are you trying to intimidate her?
Well, we killed her friends and we pinned her to a deck.
All right.
And I'm going to draw the sword that has like shimmering electric energy flowing up and down it and hold it up to her neck very intimidatingly.
Can I help him by threatening to sit on her?
Sure. I mean, so you had rolled a 15 intimidation. You can roll once again since you'll have advantage from that threat.
And it is a +5. I will roll again.
If you don't cooperate,
nope,
miss.
The second one was a nat 1. We're going with a 15.
Okay.
So total non-natural 20.
Okay. And how are you? Because you're intimidating her, and like she's intimidated. Are you trying to get her to say something, do something?
Now I'm saying you will answer our questions.
The mistress will not be pleased. The mistress, she will punish me.
Not as much as I will.
So there's another one.
Who is the mistress?
The mistress. She's here. She's listening. She's here.
Where? Point us in the right direction.
Her hands are pinned to the floor, so
She can use the finger.
She can't bend her fingers backwards, so she's just going to go and say, below! It's below!
Okay.
Ugh.
All right. Pidge hops up on the deck. Wait, no, it's 30 feet up. Pidge jumps like Free Willy and unpolymorphs in midair so that she can fall on the deck.
Nice. So Pidge joins you as she is unpolymorphed. Is there something you wanted
hey, welcome back.
Hi.
Is there something you wanted to ask?
I saw that we were questioning this person. Hi.
All right.
Yeah, take over. I've already got her intimidated. Ask the questions.
Okay. What is the name of the mistress?
She doesn't have a name. She's just the mistress.
Okay. Is she a hag like you?
No, she is much stronger. Much stronger. She rules over us. She rules over us.
Okay. Are you a captive? Would you like freedom?
I was free and powerful, but you killed my coven. Now I have nothing.
Well, okay, so you served her willingly, this mistress. You weren't.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. I mean, no debating. We did kill your coven. That's true.
Is the mistress responsible for all these dead plants?
Of course. This is her. This is all her.
Ugh.
At this point, I'd like everyone to roll a perception, please.
7. I'm not
14.
a good lookout from the crow's nest.
So
Well, don't you use your passive perception if it's that
Oh,
low?
yeah, I do. 11.
Actually, I asked for a check.
Oh,
So-
7.
yeah, it's gonna be
Oh.
2 plus 7, 9
Nice.
dice.
Then I will not use my passive. I get a +4. 12.
12. Amonis, you feel some movement coming from below. Like, you kind of, like if your downstairs neighbor are kind of moving around quite a bit, you kind of get this sort of like vibration feeling, and you notice some movement.
Okay.
I don't, so I keep asking.
Yeah, I'm not going to do much with that. I
Captain
want to question this lady.
Zadi and Viola Wildingham, what did you do with them? The original people on the boat.
They're here. They're here. I think the mistress likes them. Oh, yes. One she likes very much.
Yeah, nobody likes Captain Zadi. We got it. This poor person.
Let's make him a guild member.
Oh,
See, another
Oh, her.
alternative is that Zadi and Viola ran off together and that Serena is the vengeful ex.
ooh.
Ooh.
Wish I had thought of that.
Because I suspect
Yeah.
her. I mean, 2 months of being tortured by a hag is a pretty mean thing to do to your loved one, so either way, I don't know if Viola's gonna still want Serena after this. I was missing for 2 months. You seemed fine. The universe didn't tell me to go find you. I was being tortured by a hag. I found you eventually.
Are you having all that conversation with the others on the deck?
Oh, no. This is in Pidge's head.
Okay. So is there anything else you'd like to discuss with the hag?
All right. Do you guys want me to ram the boat to pieces as a blue whale?
No, because we need to search it and find these people. We need to find the spear, and we need to find the blue box.
I have blind sense. I can just pick them up with my mouth after they are shattered into tiny pieces.
Even the people?
Yeah.
We can definitely find items even if the boat is shattered. I have a magical way of locating things.
But what about the people we're here to rescue? Won't they die?
I mean, we can pot the water again.
They might die. Okay, I won't destroy the ship
It's probably a
from
bad
outside of it.
At this point, the movement that you heard from below Amonist makes its way to the back of the ship. There's this, from the main deck, there is this quarter deck at the back. Like these two stairs that kind of go up to the raised platform where the helm would be. And there's a door at this quarter deck section, which we assume would lead to the captain's quarters, or that's what it looks like on your own boat. And from this door, the door opens, and from it you see a creature start walking out and walking towards you. The creature is large. It appears like a long time ago it probably was elven. Like there are some traits that we can kind of describe as fey, like a very long nose, sharp angles in the face, long pointy ears. But it's kind of walking a little bit strangely. There are pieces of armor that it's wearing, and there are dead branches sticking out on one side of the neck. And it just looks, it almost looks like a tree grew from inside it and then died there.
Oh.
I feel very conflicted about this thing.
And as it opens the door, it starts walking towards you. And I'll need people to roll initiative again, please.
10.
15.
Non-natural 20.
Okay.
And we did not take any kind of rest before this, correct?
No, this happened in a couple of minutes. You were interrogating the hag, and then something from below just came.
Well, poop.
That's fine. I will bite it as a T-Rex.
Okay.
Wonder Twin powers activate. Shape of.
I don't want to erupting Earth because we've decided that the boat should stay intact. So this means...
Okay. So, Amonis, you're first.
Okay, so I am going to, I guess, make 3 attacks and hope it doesn't kill me because I'm very wounded. And I'm only having 1 enemy, so I'm going to roll all of these together. Well, does an 18 hit it?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so yes, all of these 3 hit. 44 damage.
44. All right. It takes it.
And it's not weak to electric or ice either, correct?
It doesn't appear to have reacted differently to this than anything else.
Okay.
All right. It is its turn after your attack. So it takes all these hits, and it's really not happy about that. And kind of looking around for a moment, you see like its head with like the tree poking out on one side is kind of looking around for a moment. And as a bonus action, it will cast Misty Step to disappear.
Whoa.
And reappear next to Pidge to attack her.
Yes. Oh no, I'm still Pidge.
Unfortunately, you are. What is your AC, Pidge?
11.
11.
As Pidge, yeah.
So these 2 attacks will hit. It carries this sort of like large, sort of like wooden shape that like has the shape of a pike, so like a pointy hammer, and it goes to you for the pointy hammer, and you take 21 piercing damage from these 2 hits.
Oh, thank goodness I'm still up.
And that finishes its turn. It is Minier's turn.
33 hit points, by the way.
Okay.
Minier is, noticing that Amonist is still quite wounded. I'm going to use a bonus action to send... that is a total of 12 hit points his way with a healing word at level 5.
Thank you.
Dice hate me. And I will use my action this time to use my elemental wild shape. So seeing the branches and everything coming out of this thing, knowing that branches tend to not like fire very much, his shape kind of starts glowing, almost turning into magma, and then he erupts in flame, and I will become a fire elemental.
Ooh.
Which is large, and I will go park myself right on top of him.
Like a sitting attack?
Well, with my fire form, actually, so it says, that touches it. So the first time I enter a creature space on a turn, that creature takes 1d10, so that's a total of 5 damage, fire damage. And it will continue to take that damage on its turn until it moves out and uses an action to douse itself.
Oh, and there's no save for when you walk into that space?
Nope.
I
am fire. I am on you. You are on fire.
Awesome. Roll the damage, please, for that fire.
It was 5 damage. So
it was 5. Okay. Very good. And it is indeed on fire. Paige, it is your turn.
I disengage. Is that an action to disengage? Is stepping 5 feet back?
You take your action to disengage.
Disengage is your action. It just means that you're kind of moving away defensively, and then you can do your movement as normally.
I don't want to disengage because that will consume my action. I would like to use my movement to step 5 feet back, so I'm no longer in melee. Can I do that?
Okay. Yeah. If you do that, however, they can take an opportunity attack.
Because I'm exiting melee?
Yeah.
All right, well then no. I'll just cast polymorph. Maybe if I explode, I'll explode this thing I'm in melee with too.
All right.
I cast polymorph. What happened to me?
I mean, that's up to you. Do you cast it on yourself to turn into something, or do you try to cast it to them? Oh, right. You're casting a spell, and I forgot about that.
I'm in the Feywild.
Yeah, so please roll your percentile dice.
89.
89. All right, so as you polymorph into whatever shape you decide,
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
You become an invisible Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Ooh.
I love it.
Also, during that time, you produce no sounds. However, invisibility will end when you attack.
Oh, okay, pretty soon then. That's pretty cool. All right, I'm a T-Rex invisibly.
Yeah, it just happens that way. Following this, from the giant tree mast that is still in the middle of the main deck, you see two dryads kind of poof out of the tree, using their tree stride abilities.
Dryads?
Evil dryads.
I mean, I would think they're on our side. We know dryads.
These ones look a little bit different. A little bit like the boat you've seen. They seem kind of sick from the inside. They don't look like luscious, beautiful tree women. And the first one that pops out of the tree will look at you, Ammonist, and with a big stare will try and scare you, so please roll a wisdom save.
I'm really not good at those.
This is like your least favorite day.
Oh, God. Nat 1.
You are afraid of her. You're under the frightened condition.
I'm not dead?
You're not dead. No, this isn't these aren't hags. They don't have the death glare. You're just afraid of them,
okay.
Meaning that as long as you see them, you have disadvantage on your attack rolls.
All of them or just one?
You're afraid of one of them. And the second one, as it pops out, will go for you and will try to hit you with its big wooden arm.
Good luck.
Yeah, it'll fail, whatever. Yeah, it failed. I tried in case I rolled a crit or something. Did not.
What else was he going to hit? The invisible T-Rex?
Yeah, but they can't target you. So, Ammonist, it is your turn.
Is the big thing that first attacked us still here?
Yeah. It's still, it would be like a little bit behind you. You can still reach it with your normal movement. That's no problem.
It's inside me.
And we said an 18 already hits it, so all of these rolls are ahead of that.
I'm going to ask you to roll them again because you have disadvantage on your rolls now. Because you're afraid.
Even if I'm not looking at the hag?
She's still within line of sight. So yes.
Dryad.
Or, I'm sorry, yeah, Dryad. So I can't just, like, looking here at her, looking over here instead? That's not a thing?
No. If you were to, like, block out your eyes, you could try that, but then you'd still attack with a disadvantage because you're blinded.
Alright, attack number 1 still hits. 13 plus 11. Yes, that still hits. 14 and 10. 10. 21 still hits.
All right.
Okay.
So roll your damage for these 3 hits, please.
Okay.
45 damage.
45. It takes it. And does not
At
look...
the big guy.
Yeah, and it does not look happy about it. I mean, it didn't look happy about anything, but it looks less happy even. Very good. It is its turn. Yeah, it has very little options.
At the start of its turn, it did take 4 damage from the fire.
Oh, right.
Burn, baby, burn.
Thank you for reminding me of that. In that case, in an attempt to move out of the flames and attack at the same time, it will Misty Step once again, poofing and appearing right behind Ammonist, and it's going to go for 2 attacks on you with the big wooden pike thing. It rolls with disadvantage because of the display. Ooh, that might hit. Yeah, it hits you with its first attack, even with disadvantage. My dear Ammonist, you take... that's 13 piercing damage for that first attack.
Okay.
And now I don't have disadvantage on the next hit, right?
Nope.
Okay. That second one misses, unfortunately. And, I mean, unfortunately for me, and it is Minir's turn.
So Minir is gonna, still in his big, large fire elemental form, just park itself right on top of the creature again. Though it'll take 1 fire damage from my form, and then 2 attacks, so it just touches the creatures, but it's already in it, so it's just like passing its hands through its own flaming body. The first one to hit is 18.
That hits.
9 fire damage. And the second one to hit would be 22, which would be 8 fire damage.
You burn it to a crisp. And it falls to the ground.
Really?
And then it'll...
Yeah.
The big
Oh,
bad?
wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's not the mistress, though.
Oh, there are still dryads there.
Minir will turn to the dryads and just, like, arch his hand at them, flaming again.
And Invisi-B Rex Pidge, it is your turn.
Pidge was all ready to chomp down on that big bed. Well, I guess I'll change my target. I have reach of 10 feet, so I'm probably able to get the dryads, right?
Oh, sure.
All right. So suddenly, a T-Rex appears as its tail swings at one of the dryads for an 11 to hit.
11 to hit on the dryad. I don't believe that hits, but let me double check.
Did she have advantage because she was invisible?
Yes, she did, so you can roll again. That's true.
Yay, good, because that was a nat 1 the first time. Should I say that? Does the nat 1 always miss? I don't know. 25 to hit.
That does hit, so you can roll damage on that.
21 damage.
21. Ooh,
With my
she does
tail
not.
as I swap.
Very nice. It is its turn.
That was my tail attack. My bite attack cannot attack the same target because they're at different ends, but I do bite for 25 to hit the second dryad.
Oh wow! I didn't know you had the second attack. Cool. So yeah, sure. And roll damage for the second dryad. 25
damage.
25 damage. You make one bite of it, and it dies. So the only dryad remaining is the one that took the tail attack. Being very unhappy that everybody is dead, you see her kind of step back for a moment, and she disengages and runs back into the tree for a tree stride that makes her disappear. And combat is over.
All right. You can live. We're going to question you.
Can we get her out of the tree?
Well, I'll guard the tree as a T-Rex. I say with my tiny arms, I point to myself. My arm does not reach my face. And I point to her, and then I point to my eyes, and then I point to her, and then I point to you, and I point down below.
Oh, you're not coming with us?
I'll guard this tree thing, whatever. Depends whether or not we take justice against them, depends on what the captives say. I say with my tiny arms.
Because T-Rex meow like that, yes.
Okay, before we face the mistress, could we take like a short rest? Like a meditate right here for a bit?
You don't think that was the mistress? T-Rex arms?
That doesn't seem like the mistress.
Oh.
Because they said the mistress was below, so I feel like there might be one more big battle coming up.
Don't you have a healing potion? Just quick, one action, heal yourself, and then let's go down.
I mean, I could. I also want to recover my action surge, but okay. Screw it, never mind. I don't want to waste a healing potion on that. Let's go.
Is there water if we go lower?
I mean, there was a big hole in the hull from where it crashed on the reef.
Minir looks at the water and he's like, because he's still in his fire form, so it's just like...
Oh yeah, can you go down below?
He'll advance until we'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. Amonis, how much hit points are you at? Because I'm at 136.
14. I've been low this entire time. After I was initially killed.
You've got Kodam's healing ointment, the salve. Just use it.
Because it does other things and it's really rare.
Why don't you own healing potions?
That's for if I get poisoned.
Okay, that was a bad time, huh? In Hive Mind. If you pay me back, you can use my healing potion right now. I bought a rare healing potion.
Okay, how much does it heal?
The question is, how do we get it off of my Tyrannosaurus Rex body? You know how lizards shed their tail?
Can you just cough it
I
up?
lose the tip of my tail.
I don't think you can do that to retrieve a potion. You can drop out of your form, but if your equipment melted with it, then you don't have access to it.
Never mind. It's okay.
I just drop polymorph, hand you a potion, and then polymorph again. So you have received, as long as you're willing to pay me for this.
Yeah, how much is it?
A rare item. It's 3,000 gold.
Okay, you got 3,000 gold.
Yay! Okay, so I'll just restock it again.
Minir can't help but think to himself, I never thought I'd leave the forest to go burn some more trees.
Aww, poor thing.
Okay, Amonis, are you ready with your dice roller?
Yep.
Okay, you heal 8d4 plus 8 with a
Oh, wow.
superior healing potion. It is a rare item. I got it as a reward for the thing last time.
I heal 28.
All right.
All right.
Does a T-Rex fit down there?
I mean, you saw the Guardian come out from a door that's like regular door size, so no, the T-Rex would not fit in there. You have a feeling, like, if you were to get to the deck below, you have a feeling that it might be big enough to, like, accommodate for your size.
All right, I will wait to polymorph.
All right, no problem. So you see that the Guardian came out of the door that led to the captain's quarters at the quarterdeck at the back of the boat. At the front of the boat, you also see that there's a trapdoor that seems to be leading to the deck below.
I think they're expecting us to use the door, so maybe we should use the trapdoor.
Sounds good.
All right.
Just flaming.
Amonis walks over to it and opens it.
Okay, as he opens
Yes, you
I
are.
cast Blink.
All right.
And I ready a movement. Once I'm in the ethereal plane, I will move downward by 10 feet.
Okay. So you cast Blink. Roll your first d20, please.
15.
15. So that means you disappear, right?
Mm-hmm. And Amonis
Alright,
opens up the door. You can hop in too.
Yeah.
I'll appear.
Okay. So let's start with Pidge. You are in the ethereal plane at the moment.
I have readied an action of moving 10 feet downward.
Yeah. So you move 10 feet downward, kind of. I think you can go through floors with that Blink, right?
Yes.
Ethereal plane. Yeah. So as you kind of lower yourself, you can't. I mean, from there, I don't think you can smell, but you can still see within the material plane. And you find yourself in the lower deck, which is basically a huge space open space, that does the entire length of the boat itself. The room seems to serve as living quarters. There are hammocks lining both walls on the entire open deck. What you realize is that the tree that was kind of growing out from the top of the boat actually probably started there. Because in the middle of the room is the bottom of the tree with the roots kind of spreading out like a 20 feet all across the tree in the center of the room. The roots, a little bit like everything else you've noticed so far, seem to be dying. It's just a bunch of like these big roots kind of poking out of the floor that look completely dead. And you notice quickly that there seem to be some human shapes lying down on the floor, tangled in these roots on the floor. The tree trunk itself seems to be glowing from behind the bark. There are these flashes of purples and green that seem to pulse from within the bark, kind of like a heartbeat. And 5 feet above the ground, nested in the bark, a little bit like it had grown around her, is an elven woman. There's long silvery hair, like coming down one side. It's dirty and it's matted with blood from a wound above her left ear. And her eyes seem to be kind of completely empty of emotions, and she's just kind of hanging from within the tree.
Can I do a history check to see if she looks like the portrait of the child?
Sure.
19. Is that the kid? Grown up?
The child in the painting was human, and she appears to be elven.
Okay.
And that's what you see as you kind of lower yourself. Amonis, as you open the trapdoor, you would get a creepy smell coming from the lower deck as well. It smells like death and putrefaction and all of that fun stuff. And you can lower yourself in the lower deck if you want.
Oh, I'm going for it.
All right.
I will follow.
So as you two land, Pidge, you're in the ethereal plane, so you would not have been noticed. But you two, as you kind of lower yourself in the lower deck, especially Firemanir, who's kind of glowing with light at the moment.
I do shed bright light for 30 feet.
Yeah.
And dim light for an extra 30.
So you basically, I mean, it's a pretty big lower deck, but you do light up a big part of it. And as you kind of lower yourself, you see her kind of raise her head, and she looks at you both. And there's a voice coming from her throat, but the voice is completely cracked. It feels like if you were rubbing bark together, like, and Oh, come to save us, have you? And there's a little bit of a smile.
I would be mad too if
in.
people forgot me for 2 months. I don't blame her at all.
And you can roll initiative.
11.
15.
5.
All right. It is her turn first. So she looks at you all for a moment. Her eyes start to glow. As she looks at you, Amonist, she is going to try and beguile you as it looks at you. So please roll a wisdom save.
Oh man, Amonist.
Always the wisdom save. Oh! Nat 20.
Had to come
Nat
eventually.
20. Ooh. And you
First
also...
one of my life.
And I forgot about that, but you also had advantage on that roll. I won't forget next time. So you resist the enchantment as she was going straight for your, for your willpower. And you resist this without a problem. Following this, it is your turn, Amonist.
Okay. Readying 3 non-lethal sword hits. They are a 17, 25, and 19 to hit.
Okay.
Do all of those hit?
Oh yeah, they all hit.
Oh, okay. And they deal respectively 15, 11, and 14 damage. Unless she is weak to one of my elements.
No, she's not.
Okay.
So that's 40 total. Very good. So you move towards her and you do these slashes and you realize she's really part of the bark. Like she can't really move, which justifies that she is not very good at defending herself. But still, she takes these hits and it is Pidge's turn. So you reappear in the material plane as your turn starts.
Does it look like she's trapped in this tree? Actually, I'll just speak. Hey, are you trapped in this tree? Do you want to be rescued? Also, hi, I'm Pidge. I just appeared.
There's no really an answer coming from her. She was just slashed 3 times by a monist, but she still kind of cackles with this sort of weird laugh for a moment, ha ha ha.
This seems unhealthy. I'm gonna do something about it. I'm gonna assume that there are some debris around the edges of the room.
Mm-hmm.
I'm picturing 10 tiny scissors, but they could just be sharp pieces of wood. And I'm going to animate 10 objects, and I'm going to do some surgery and cut you out of the tree. Animate objects, which is a 5th level spell. Casting time 1 action, range 120 feet. Objects come to life at your command. Choose up to 10 non-magical objects, sharp debris, within range that are not being worn or carried. Medium counts as 2 objects. I'm choosing tiny.
Okay.
Each target animates. It gets little arms and legs. And becomes a creature under your control until the spell ends or until reduced to 0 hit points. As a bonus action, you can mentally command any creature you made with the spell if the creature is within 500 feet of you. I decide what action the creature will take and where it will move during its next turn, or I can issue a general command such as to guard a particular chamber or corridor. Once given an order, the creature continues to follow it until its task is complete. My command is chisel away the wood around this lady until she is free from the tree. She seems unhealthily bound to it.
All right.
So I have 120 feet range on this. So am I within 120 feet of the lady?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's in the center of the room, so from all angles, you would be within reach.
Okay. And she looks like she's in this tree, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And elves can exist outside of trees, right? I don't think I'm killing her by doing this. Okay. Each one has 20 hit points and an AC of 18. They have a +8 to hit and a D4 +4 of damage.
Okay, so you can roll these attacks and the rolls for all of these animated objects as you cast the Be Our Guest spell.
Yeah, I do. The first one is a nat 20.
Ooh. And that's damage to the tree, not to her.
Yeah, I'm trying to chisel her out of this tree.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that is 8 damage.
Okay.
The second one out of 10. 17 to hit the tree.
That hits. It's a tree.
5 damage.
Okay.
The third one is a non-natural 20 to hit.
Okay.
6 damage.
Very good.
The fourth one is a 9 to hit.
That one doesn't hit. It just kind of pokes itself in the bark.
Okay. The fifth one is a 14 to hit.
That one hits.
6 damage.
Very good.
The sixth one is a 19 to hit.
That hits as well.
I'm so losing track. Sixth one. Am I on the sixth one?
Seventh one.
You're
one?
on the 7th.
Okay.
Yeah,
16 plus 8 to hit.
that's fine. You got it.
5 damage.
Okay.
11 to hit.
11 to hit. Sure.
7 damage.
Yep.
The next one is 15 to hit for 6 damage.
Great.
At the end of my turn, I blink, and with the 16, I blink out of existence. How's the tree looking, by the way? Is she looking unchiseled or chiseled out? Or
The tree did take some damage. She was pretty deep in there.
okay.
But it seems to have, I'm picturing like spinning, like gardening tools that just kind of went into the tree, and then splinters going around everywhere. Like you see that you've done some stuff. Yeah. All right. You don't exist anymore. So that finishes your turn, Pidge. Firemaneer, it is your turn.
If I wanted to recall something that I heard earlier in the game, if I remember as a player, do I just know, or do I have to roll for that?
Yeah. I feel like if it was in the same game, it would be recent enough in your character's memory. So yeah.
Okay. So he's actually going to pop out of fire elemental form and just say, I have an idea. Let me try this. The spear is supposed to be able to end curses. The Baron told us that.
Oh.
The Baron told us that. And he's going to cast Locate Object for the spear. So I'm using that. It's a level 2 spell slot. So I named the Spear of Purity. And I sense its direction and its location as long as it's within 1,000 feet of me.
All right. First, roll a percentile dice, please.
Let's see if you blow up.
32.
Oh. Minear, for a moment, you get a ping of the location of the spear, but unfortunately you disappear and you find yourself in the astral plane until the end of your next turn.
Can I...
So you are right now contemplating at the cosmos and stars, and it's so pretty.
This leaves Amonis just the only to hit target.
Can I still move within the astral plane?
Yeah, but it's not like the ethereal plane. Like you can't see you can't see into the material plane.
But I would move in the direction that I pinged.
Okay, yeah, I'll allow that. You kind of know, you have a general idea, so you can move in that direction. And that finishes your turn, Manira, so we're back at her. What the hell can she do?
Yeah, she's stuck in a tree.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, she's got things.
She almost beguiled you.
That's true, but I'm like, can she actually physically reach me?
Who knows what the roots of a tree can do?
Who knows what the roots of a tree can do?
I've seen do some funny things, trip foxes.
This is part of the things that I should have prepared, but it's fine. I got it. Yeah,
you do.
Thank you, Amonist. You see her eyes glow one more time as she casts a spell. Next to you, Amonist, another one of these hags appear as she casts Conjure Fey, calling on an ally of hers. A rift in space opens, and another hag appears, which she just rolled initiative, and she'll be over here. Very good. And yeah, that's her action. So she's done with her turn. And that brings us to initiative count 20. So her lair will have an action.
No.
So as her turn finishes, you see the vines and the roots that are on the floor, the dead ones, start animating for a moment. And since you're the only one in the room at the moment, Amonis, they will go for you.
Sorry, dude.
I'm so sorry.
Roots try to grab at you, and you'll need to roll. It is a strength saving throw, please.
Ooh.
It's finally not a wisdom.
I know. So I rolled a 15. I also get plus 6, so that's 21, plus half my proficiency, so 23.
Oh, you're fine. They try to grab at you and kind of seize your ankles, but you jump out of that without a problem, and it is your turn. So you have this big hag next to you, and then you still have the elf woman in the tree in front of you.
Okay, I'm going to attack the elf woman in the tree. Again, non-lethal damage. I will cut her out of this tree after she's unconscious. I rolled for
for the attack rolls 17, 12, and 19. I believe all of those hit.
12 does not.
Really?
Yeah.
The 11 from before? Okay, never mind.
You had rolled an 11 before?
I thought that one of Pidge's little things did.
Pidge's was targeting the tree. She wasn't targeting her.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. So I will read. Okay. So then total damage is 30 even.
30 even. She takes it, and she not happy about it. Yeah, she maintains concentration on her conjuration. So that's good for her. Finishing your turn, it is the hag's turn. She is going to go for a...
Oh!
Yeah.
One thing. Also, I am once per long rest allowed to use second wind, which lets me recover a little bit of HP.
Right. As your bonus action, do you want to do that?
Yes, I think I better do that.
All right.
1d10 plus my level. I regain 14 HP.
Very good. I don't know how Cloak of Displacement works. Since you were hit before, is it still active now, or do attacks?
It's per turn, so it is now reset.
Oh, wow.
That's a great item.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. So she is going to go for you. Yeah, so the big hag will try her attacks on you. She gets bites and claws. It's with disadvantage, so the bite does not work. The first claw attack, let's see. Ooh, first claw attack hits. That's 14 piercing damage from that first claw. 20 is your AC, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so second one hits as well, and you take 16 more piercing damage from her claws.
Are you still up?
Yep, I'm at 26.
All right. Good.
Right, that finishes her turn. Pidge, you poof back into the material plane.
All right. First, I have 10 pre-rolled tiny actions.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
That deal damage on the tree again?
Yes. Does a 13 hit?
Yeah.
5 damage. Does a 21 hit?
Okay. Yeah.
7 damage.
Okay.
Does a 28 hit?
Yeah.
6 damage. Does a 9 hit?
Okay. Yeah.
8 damage.
Oh, no, sorry. No, 9 does not, sorry.
Okay. Does a 10 hit?
Yes.
7 damage. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
5 damage. All the rest of these are above 10. So another
Okay.
6, another 8, another 6, and another 7 damage.
Wow.
Okay. So now that you know that they're above 10,
Yep.
is it okay if I ask you to add them next time?
No problemo.
Thank you very much.
And then I'm going to Erupting Earth at 5th level.
Okay.
Can I do it non-lethally? Question mark. I don't want to kill her.
Can you please read me Erupting Earth? Is that a save or is that a roll? How does that work?
Choose a point you can see on the ground within range. A fountain of churned earth and stone erupts in a 20-foot cube centered on that point. Each creature in that area must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 3d12 bludgeoning damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. Extra d12s
Okay.
for each spell slot above 3rd. I want to get only the tree. Like, maybe I'll focus it on the roots behind everybody.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to get, like, the humanoid figures on the ground, and I don't want to get the lady in the tree.
Humanoid figures are kind of spread all across in the roots.
Oh, there's
So,
more than 2?
Like, oh yeah, there's like
Oh, no, I don't want to
there
erupting
are-
earth then. Oh, gosh. They're, like, everywhere? She's eating
yeah.
people. Okay.
There's like a few different shapes everywhere. Yes.
Okay, well, I will instead catapult.
All right.
I don't want to blow up innocent victims. That is not how I roll.
All right. So pointing at a bucket, you throw it at the tree.
Yes. Please make a dex saving throw.
It's a tree. It fails its dex saving throw.
Okay, that means it takes 3d8 bludgeoning damage, 16 damage to the tree.
Very good.
And I will have my total for you for the 10 hits on my next turn.
No problem.
And I nat 1, so I'm still here.
All right. You're still in there. Minir, it is your turn. You are still in the ethereal plane. Is there something you'd like to do before your turn ends and you come back?
I'm going to continue going in the direction of the ping.
All right. So you go into the direction of the ping, and as your turn ends and you return to the material plane from this beautiful cosmos landscape, you find yourself back in the lower deck, and at your feet you see the long metallic handle of what looks like a long pole weapon.
Yes, I will pick it up.
On your turn, it is the Enchantress's turn. Oh, sorry, I said what she is. Fudge. she is going to cast once more. So her head moves for a moment, and everybody in front of her. So at the moment, all three of you are here. I'm going to need a Dex save from all of you, please.
Am I in that area as well?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
7.
17.
8.
Pidge and Minir, you start glowing a purple, sickly light as you do not manage to get out of a fairy fire. And you start glowing. It is initiative count 20, so one of those vines will start moving and try and grapple Minir.
I've seen this happen before. It's so annoying.
So please roll its strength save.
If it's a grapple, can I use athletics?
Oh, yeah.
11 is not my night.
You are grappled by the vines. They kind of tighten around you, and you're a little rock tied up by roots and vines.
I'm a big rock.
It's too bad they didn't grapple me, because I would blink out in the future.
Yeah, it's like someone thought about it. Amonist, it's your turn.
I'm actually going to attack the hag this time,
Okay.
because it seems like our mistress is not going to be a mistress for too much longer.
She's going to take 63 damage next turn. The tree is.
Okay. Oh. I got the damage rolls. I got a 17,
Yeah.
21,
Mhm.
and 23. So
Yeah.
my 17 hit, and they all hit. Okay. We got 39 damage.
Very good. Ooh, she takes it. She takes
Yes, you do.
Yes, she do. All right, thank you, Amonist. It is Pidge's turn.
The tiny knives that are animated, basically, the tiny debris knives, deal 63 damage to the tree.
How did you get to that?
5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 7, 8, 8, 5, 6. 18, 14,
Okay.
23, 15, 25, 19, 25, 19, 18, 22 to hit.
Yeah. So those forks, knives, and I don't know, craft scissors
Debris.
just go to town on that bark. It is a huge hit, and you see like while the woman in the tree kind of still stands there, like most of the tree around her is kind of gone at this point. Like there still is like the center part that kind of holds her up, and she's still standing, but everything kind of around her, yeah, that's gone, baby.
You're free! / I'm sorry if I separated you from your symbiotic host that if you were uncursed, you would be part of. Sorry.
I feel like she's going to attack us more now.
And then I catapult at her. Please make a dex saving throw tree. Or wait, is the tree... She's free from the tree? Should I stop attacking the tree?
She's not free yet, but there is very little left that kind of holds her up.
Okay. One more catapult.
Yeah. So you can just roll the damage because it's a tree.
Yeah. Fails the dex saving throw. That's a 12 damage from the catapult.
Okay. Yeah. So even more of the bark kind of flies around the room. And Minir, it is your turn.
Oh, and I
So
stay in the room.
Okay.
I just want. How far am I from Amonist?
He's in the center of the room with the tree, so you'd be like 15, 20 feet?
I just want to toss him the spear while saying, try poking her with this.
All right.
Amonist, are you good aligned?
I am.
All right.
Mostly.
So
Find
let's see if Amonist can catch it in all of this. So I'd like both of you to roll a dexterity check, please.
Can it be athletics? Throwing things is athletic. I'm not good at it in real life, so it must be.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, roll athletics, but Amonist, I'll need you to do a dex check just to see if you manage to catch it or like where it falls or something.
Oh, can I do sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand
catch
isn't really for like a dexterity. Like it's for
All
like
right.
small dexterous things, but no, it's just a dex check for you.
All right, well, I rolled a 10 plus 5, 17.
24!
Yeah, that's enough. So you throw the spear, and Amonist, I mean, you had swords in both hands, but you kind of, I don't know, you're able to catch it in your elbow or something. Or it just lands at your feet at a very convenient spot that you can pick it up easily on your next turn. That sounds more believable.
Poke her with it, it'll break the curse, presumably.
So, Minir, that was your action. Is there anything else?
I will use my bonus action to send another level 5 healing word Amonist's way. And that was... Oh god, that's terrible. 8, that's 11 healing.
All right.
11 healing. Oh,
I believe in you.
We all believe in Amonist.
Woo! Can this spear be wielded one-handed?
Yeah, it is. It's a regular spear, so like it can be wielded one-handed. It's not light though, so I don't know if you have like the dual wield.
I don't need it to be light. I have dual wield.
All right, then no problem. You're fine.
Okay.
So in this case, she is going to look at you for a moment as it is her turn, and Amonist, I'll need a wisdom save once again. You do have advantage on it.
15.
15 fails.
Ooh, are you beguiled?
Yes, Amonist, you are dominated.
Oh.
Oh no.
Maybe they'll stop attacking you. You'll get to live.
You are dominated by this enchantress who really does not look good. Like, she's been taking hits left and right. There is no tree behind her anymore. And she went for it, and she looks at you and she just says, "You love me. You love me so much."
Oh, that's creepy.
Defend me. Defend me at all cost. And that finishes her turn. Yeah, that finishes her turn. It is initiative count 20.
This seems problematic.
Pidge, you had not disappeared again, right?
I had not disappeared.
All right. So one of the roots is going to go for you. So you'll have to roll a strength save or your athletics check if you want.
14 on the dice, which is what it is.
All right. So 14 on the dice. Yeah, that's enough. You kind of just sidestep for a moment, and the vines do not manage to grab you. Amonist, it is your turn. You still have free will, I believe, but you are compelled to defend her as best you can.
Okay. So right now I'm holding my two swords, and I have a spear just out to the side, like poised on the ground in front of me, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Darn.
Okay.
Oh, Manir is shaking his head.
Does it count as defending her to gesture the spear towards her to try to break her curse?
No, she does not want to be defended that way. She's being attacked by people right now.
Okay. Then I am going to use my turn to take up a stance in front of her with my swords readied.
All right. So your swords are ready to attack if somebody gets closer, I'm assuming?
Yes.
All right. Very good, Amonist. It is the hag's turn. The hag who's taken a lot of hits, poor little thing. And she is going to go for Pidge, since you're not a problem anymore. And going for you, Pidge, she's going to go for her crushing hug. So she tries to kind of wrap her arms around you.
Really wish I had blinked out of existence just for this little time.
Yeah. Does 13 hit you?
Yep, AC 11. Everything hits me.
So, Pidge, you take 36 bludgeoning damage.
Holy cow, I'm unconscious.
And you are grappled in her arms.
I'm not just grappled, I'm down. Am I dead? I'm doing death saving throws.
You're not dead. You do death saving throws, but you're not dead.
I'm at -3.
You're not dead yet. All right, and that finishes its turn. Pidge, it is your turn, so you can roll your first death save.
3. That's a fail.
That's a fail. Minir, it is your turn.
So seeing Pidge go down
Wait. What about my turn?
You were unconscious.
Yes.
So
once given an order, the creature continues to follow it until its task is complete. Does it drop because I'm unconscious and it was concentration?
Oh, you mean the animated objects? Yeah, they would be...
They fall to the ground, not able to do their 61 damage.
Sorry, Pidge. Minir, it is your turn.
Manir sees that and he just cries out to Pidge, "Get back up, we still need you, we're missing the other one." He'll cast a healing word, level 4. Not what I expected. So that's 11 healing. Gets you back up. Just level 4, okay. And then he'll look at the vine and he's like, "Okay, just get off me." And he'll use Primal Savagery on the vine just to get it off of him.
All right.
I have a question.
Yes.
I did not dismiss Blink as an action.
Oh.
Did I?
It's not concentration.
It's not concentration.
So...
Should I roll this dice to see if I blinked out of...
I think you should, yes.
2, I'm still here.
You're still here, so you get that healing and you are back up.
Yay.
Phew!
Okay, how much did you heal me for?
11.
Yay! Not dying.
And that's 21 to hit the root, grappling me.
Oh, wait. Yeah. You can roll the damage, but basically you're free, yeah.
Okay, but this is 8 acid, so the claws just melt through it. And then I would like to move towards the spear.
Moving towards the spear means that you will be moving dangerously close to a monist.
I'm not threatening her yet. I mean, his readied action was what? To defend her. I'm not attacking her.
Yeah, it's true. If you're moving towards the spear at a monist's feet, sure.
I'm going to try. So I'm moving towards the spear, and I'm like, gotta get the spear.
Okay, and that finishes your turn?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you get closer to the spear. I mean, there's very little she can do at this point. Poor thing. Yeah, so as you get closer, she is just going to move a little bit, and for the first time, her arms are free now because the tree's gone. So she is going to try and attack you, Minir, just poking you with her woodsy arms. Does 20 hit you?
Yes, AC 18.
Okay. So the first one hits, the second one doesn't. So Minir, you take... that would be 23. You take 23 damage from... It's a combination of piercing and psychic from that attack.
She's chipping away at me.
And that finishes her turn. It is Amona's turn. You're still compelled to defend her.
Exactly. So is anybody actively threatening her at this moment?
Not actively threatening her. Minir did walk... Like, he's at your feet at this point. Like, he's next to you.
Okay. So if no one's actively threatening her, I don't think I actually have to attack any of my friends at this point. Do I get to make some kind of, like, wisdom save every turn to try to break the compulsion?
If you take damage.
Only if I take damage. Okay. All right. So I will continue to stand waiting for someone to attack her.
All right. It is the hag once more. So, Pidge, you're back up, but the hag still has you in her arms. Yeah. And she is going to try to crush you one more time. Yeah. Not one. You're just...
What?
Yes.
You're just...
That's about the only way to miss me.
You not. It was a nat one, so... You know what? She tries to crush you, but you're just so tiny that you slip under her arms, and... You're in front of her, but she's dropped you from her crushing hug. Yay. And it is your turn.
Okay, so I have a catapult range of 150 feet and an animate objects command range of 500 feet. So I prepare to, when I blink, move backwards by my dash speed. I think I can catapult her before I go if I don't dash. If I just take an action, then I can move. So I can...
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Well, let's see. Catapult can hit from 150 feet away, so I don't want to be near the hag. Yeah. The goal is not to be in...
Oh, right. I understand.
Yeah, so I don't know, because if I catapult right now, I'm within melee of the hag, so I will just not catapult this turn. Okay, so...
But side note, whenever you blink back, you can always reappear like 10 feet away from where you disappeared from. Like you don't need to poof back on the same spot. So you can still attack and maybe reappear somewhere further away.
Yeah. So right now, since I'm next to the hag, I'm going to just disengage and move. Okay. So disengage will be my action, and then my movement is 35 feet, so I'd like to move 35 feet away from the hag. All right, disengage and move, and then blink.
right. Did you get the roll for the blink?
A nat 1, so I'm at least 35 feet away from her.
Yeah, you
And
are.
that was my turn, is that I tried to cast. I just tried to disengage and move back.
Yeah, but that succeeded. You disengage without a problem.
What's up with the tree, though? Like, is the tree still, air quotes, up?
It's not standing anymore. She was even able to move her arms.
She's separated from the tree and she's still attacking us?
Yeah.
All right.
And Minir, it is your turn.
Well, let's see. I need to chance it. So he needs to, like, grab and poke.
Okay, so you grab the spear and you try to poke at her?
Yeah, because in my mind, it's going to fix everything.
All right. What is your alignment?
Neutral good.
Okay. So, Minir, as you pick up the spear and you try to poke straight at her, a monist, you're able to take your reaction if you want.
Okay. A reaction, which is 1 sword hit?
I mean, were you still holding your attacks?
Yeah, that was a held attack. That's your full attack, I'm honest.
Yeah. So
Oh, goodness. All right. So first to hit is a 3 plus 11, which is 14.
Nope.
Does that hit?
18 AC.
Oh, next one is a natural 20. And the third is...
Just leave me 1.
16, which also misses.
Oh, great.
Okay, so we need to roll 4d6, which is 12 plus 7 is 19. So 19 damage.
All right. Ugh. I don't have a spleen, but it hurts.
And you can roll your attack, Minir.
It's a simple weapon, right? A spear?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am proficient with it. Thank God. 24.
Woo!
The spear hits.
Woo! Manir!
So as the little rock guy pokes the lady in the center of the chest, there's a bright flash of white light for a moment.
Manir!
As the curse-breaking spear hits a cursed boat captain that nobody cared about.
Oh, it was Zadi.
There's a flash of light. There's a flash of light for a moment, and Captain Zadi is pushed away from the sphere. It's kind of like she's expulsed from what remained of the tree. There's an outline of a wooded woman still standing where the tree was not long before, but she, alive and well, all things considered, is pushed back about 10 feet behind and falls to the ground. At this moment, it seems like the vines all around the bodies, I should say, start dying down and letting go of the people that were trapped on the floor.
Yay! Manir, you're so smart.
He's gonna fall on his rock bum. Just like
Am I no longer compulsed?
You are no longer compulsed. No, that's done as the magics of the Feywild that were possessing Captain Zadi fade from the hit by the Purity Spear.
Da 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 da.
Da, da, da. Whew, that was something, guys.
Oh.
And all right, now
There's a hack. There's still a hack.
Oh no, the hack was summoned. She's gone.
ah, yes.
Pidge is relieved.
She didn't have a whole lot of hit points left anyways.
Enough to kill
No,
me.
she did.
I don't
She,
think none
she
of us
didn't,
do.
but that hug though was something. So,
Do we find the box and the other girl? What was her name?
I can locate the box. I still have spell slots for that.
of course you do. So as everybody kind of comes back to themselves, you know, there are still a few crew members from the Vegan Princess who were tied up in these knots, and among the roots you do find wounded and damaged, but in other definitions alive, a young Viola Wildingham. She resembles the portrait you've seen, a bit taller now. Of course, she's an adult.
Yeah.
This is how people grow up. But you find her, and she seems to be coming to herself, and she's fine. As she comes back to herself, oh, thank you. Can I have that back, please?
Hold on a second, Fiona. We would like to question you independently of everyone else here. So, specifically, Serena's not with us, right? Everybody? Yeah.
No, she was still on the boat, safe and sound.
Amonist, Manir, help me question her.
Yep.
Sure.
Oh, you poor thing. Let's tend to your wounds first. And I'm going to take out a greater healing potion.
Okay.
And I'm going to motion like I'm trying to heal her, but I'm trying to separate and interrogate her while being very kind. So I'm like, we got to get you healed, you poor thing. You've been on this boat for 2 months. Did you know that? Oh my gosh, come here. Come with me.
I had no idea.
Yeah, my real goal is to find out her opinion on all this. And so I'm going to ask her, what should I ask her? You guys, what's the cleverest way to do this?
Serena has been missing you?
No, going to ask her, do you know who sent us to save you? Can you guess?
Oh, yeah.
And she's still coming to herself as you're giving her the potion that is kind of sealing up her wounds a bit. And she's thinking for a moment. I can only think of 2 people that would try and send people after me. You don't seem like the type of people Father would hire. So I'm gonna go with, Serena has to have sent you. It must be her.
Oh, yeah, you're totally right. So, why were you on this journey in the first place?
Rubbing
healing potion into you. Totally motherly and nice.
I wanted to get to the island of her tribe. I've been wanting to marry her for so long, and she was adamant on, asking for her brother's blessing. I wanted to go to her island. I wanted to meet this man. I wanted to offer him the spear. Father's not using it, and he shouldn't have it anyway. So I thought I would sail for the island, and I left by myself. I thought doing this alone would prove my love.
What is the nicest way to tell someone that their dad isn't going to write them into the will, so they should get $40,000 out of them through us? Just honestly. All right. Pidge drops the act. Hi, I'm Pidge from the Firebreathing Kittens Guild. Your father didn't send us to retrieve you. He sent us to retrieve your spear thing. He doesn't care if you live or die. If we give this spear back to him, he will give us 40,000 gold. For me, I only get a third of that, but I'm willing to give that to you for you to start your new life with Serena. Serena's here as well with us, and she's brought an alternative gift. So please give us the spear. We'll give you a third of 40,000. The Manir and Amonist amounts are up to them. That's their free will. And also your dad, you probably should give him some time. You're definitely not in his will, shall we say. Sorry.
Oh, everything about Father, I wish I was surprised. But if Serena's here, can I?
Yeah, we can take it to her.
Go to her?
But we should talk first.
All right.
Yeah.
Very well. Whatever you say.
Okay. Can we have the spear, and can we give it to your dad in exchange for 40,000 gold?
Sure. That makes a lot more sense, and it will hurt his wallet a little more. So
yeah,
let's go with that.
All right. I'm officially going to give her 13,333 gold minus the cost of a greater healing potion.
Actually,
all right.
Same. I'm gonna recoup the gold from the healing potion I bought from you, and give her the rest.
Wow.
Well, I suppose it seems to be a bit of a humanoid custom. I'll do the same. And he makes note of it.
Too many.
So in the coming weeks, after you'll have been back to Nicomoy, you'll be able to send her the 40,000 gold by messenger, I guess.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a flash forward, but I think somebody still wanted to look for the box.
Yes, definitely.
All right. You cast the spell, so you realize that the blue box in question would have been in the lower decks. It seems to fit exactly the description that Millargo had given you. So it's a blue box, kind of a shoebox size, kind of a little chest thing, and it's not locked. It's just a box.
Look inside.
I'm a little crumbly right now. Should we?
Sure.
Do you feel safer doing it? Or we could do it on the boat while we're taking a week to get back
Yeah,
home.
let's do it tomorrow.
Yes, let's do that. And I think Serena also said she was going to give us some kind of treasure from her vault.
Tattoo magic, baby.
Oh, right. Very true. If you guys are willing to give them a ride to the island before going back to Nikomoy,
Yeah.
so you'd be able to miss the
course.
CL to meet the CLs.
Sapphire time.
As you guys go back to the boat, there are some reunions between Viola and Serena, and while Serena is somewhat of an abrasive woman, there is her feelings that she is reunited with Viola is impressively honest. Whatever guise as an ambassador she had drops right away as she sees her, and it is a very heartwarming reunion. From that location, it takes and now that the curse is broken, the Feywild mist is gone. It takes 3 more days to sail to the Eluchi Islands.
Ooh, back up in hit points.
And you can do your long rest.
Is Zadi
Yay.
okay?
Yes, Captain Zadi, poor little thing, heartbroken that nobody cared about her boat. Amonis, had you known anything about the boat, you would have known that the boat is her life's work. It's basically a floating garden that she's cultivated herself for a long time. She's very druidy in that way. So...
When we broke the curse, are the plants okay?
The boat is still kind of half split open on a reef, so there's very little she can do to salvage it. So she would hop on a ride on your boat as you head to the islands and back with the few crew members that you have managed to save in the route.
I'd be interested in helping you rebuild some sort of floating garden if ever you needed help for it. From one druid to another.
I would very much appreciate that. The stars will thank you.
Minier's kind of going to turn to the other ones and just like...
She's very boho Coachella. So, and as you sail to the Eluchi Islands, after a long rest, very well deserved, does someone open the blue box?
All right, let's do this.
Yeah,
on solid ground in case it explodes. Open the box.
So you open the blue box, nothing explodes. You see 2 things in the box. On one side, it's kind of those, like one of those jewelry box where like there's like foam and like it's very well sculpted inside the box and like everything is like very well nestled and stuff. On one side, you have a ring. It's just a silver band and there are stars etched around the band. And on the other side is a little leather pouch. After inspecting it, you would be able to see that it holds 12 berries. Berries like quarter-sized, reddish.
I feel like I recognize that ring, but maybe we should let the wizard here do an Arcana check on this.
Arcana check. Actually, I should probably do a magical item history check. Anyway, my Arcana was 11. But if it was a magical item history, then it would be a 13. Rolling a 2.
All right. That's more than enough. You're able to identify the ring right away as a ring of shooting stars, which is a magic item. And the berries, and let me get to the description because they're not in the DMG. There they are. They're called Mary Berries. They're wondrous items. They're small fruits that are highly sought after by cooks and sweet lovers everywhere. Eating a berry by itself, kind of fills you up for one day, similar to a good berry. Like it acts like your rations for a day. But cooking the berry is very hard. But if done well, it adds some properties to the food cooked. Mostly granting advantage on all wisdoms and intelligence checks based on smell or taste for the next 24 hours.
I tell this to my friends, and I say, it seems like we're not going to kill anyone if we give this box to the chef.
It seems very legitimate.
Mm.
And he did promise a reward.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you discover the ring and the berries. As you sail through the Aluchi Islands, you're met with the sea elf people in their very sort of tropical island. They live a very communal with nature lifestyle. You meet the leader of the island, Serena's older brother. As the leader, he doesn't have a name. He has a title. He's called the Rising Tide.
Ooh.
Yeah, Rising is a tall sea elf with long black hair, braided everywhere as well. He has more tattoos than anybody else. The waves are along both arms and kind of run down his torso. And as promised by his sister, he's so happy to be reunited with her. And he goes into the reserves of his people and offers each of you 1 diamond worth 2,000 gold pieces.
Ooh.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh, not only that, but you also granted the title of Honorary Aluchi. Each of you is offered one of their signature chakrams. So it acts as a short sword, so it's slashing 1d6, but it has a thrown property up to 30 feet and will return to your hand after thrown.
Ooh.
Very nice. Thank you so much.
And finally, you are offered these magical Aluchi tattoos.
Does it work on stone?
What do they do?
They grant 2 benefits. Unfortunately, the magic from these tattoos does not stay forever. The ink is very powerful, but it fades after a while. One of their magic stays. It grants advantage on charisma checks rolled to interact with sea elves. And that will stay forever. You're marked as friends of sea elves, and so you would have advantage on interacting with them. And also, it gives you the bonus of a charm of conjuring animals. So each of you would be able to cast the spell Conjure Animals 3 times from this tattoo before that magic fades.
Mm.
So it's a minor charm.
Okay.
Very nice.
Kind of like henna.
Yeah, a little bit. Like some of the magic fades and some of it stays.
Cool.
So if you want this permanent mark of your adventure with the Aluchi, you can take it.
Pidge's looks
Well, I
like a
will do so.
wave around her bicep.
Yeah.
Like a series of waves.
Very cool. Most of their tattoos they're used to doing sea-themed design, but they can do something else if you prefer.
I'll get an ocean wave tattoo around my ankle.
Very nice. And Manir, for you, it's going to have to be trickier. They'll have to
Chisel.
chisel in it and paint it or something.
Ugh.
But that still applies. It's fine.
How about a little starfish? Right in my palm,
Cute.
so I can look at it like a
Cute.
little friend.
Oh, I love him. Very well, very good. So you end up having the starfish inside your palm, and you can write that down. And to finish things off, we've already established that you will bring back the spear to Lord Windingham, and that means the only thing left to deal with is that tabaxi cook in his food cart.
Mm.
Well, let's bring back the blue box.
I agree.
All right. So you go back to this little man and you bring him the blue box, and he gets so excited, like, "Oh yes, I'm so finally there it is."
I didn't know that cats eat berries.
Oh, I do not need to eat it myself, but cooking this. Oh, I needed those. You see him open the box, grab the little pouch of berries, and the ring next to it, he just kind of doesn't even look at it and throw it over his shoulder.
It's an attuned item. I can't really use it. I would just sell it.
Manir, you don't have any attuned items.
And no, I don't have anything yet.
Yeah.
Now you have a ring of shooting stars.
Ooh, thank you so much.
There you go. It's not super great for you, but it's something.
Yeah, it's still something. And as promised, he offers you 4,000 gold for having retrieved these Maryberries.
Oh, cool.
Sorry. No, he gave you 500 already, so it's 3,500 that he would give you now.
Ooh, do we divide that by 3?
Of course.
I think so. Yeah, Manir had shared the original 500, so it's 4,000 divided by 3 total.
1333 each.
And I think that completes the adventure and the giving of rewards. And it also finishes with a wedding invitation.
Aww. I won't go.
That's going to be amazing.
It is.
I'm good. I don't want to see Serena again.
I like her.
Dude, if you don't look for me for 2 months, I'm going to divorce you.
She has a point.
Yeah, but she thought she was dead. Like, the miracle of discovering her was already something in itself.
It's fine. I'm just not going to go to the wedding.
Can we just talk about the fact she's a terrible diviner if it took her 2 months to figure out that her fiancé was still alive?
Help, I'm stuck here. Yeah, give me another week. Help, I'm stuck here.
So I think we're ready to say goodnight. So thank you for joining me on my first adventure as a guest DM. We were joined here today with a monist.
We survived, barely.
Pidge.
Hi. Bye.
And Minir.
See you next time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. See you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to this episode of the Firebreathing Kittens podcast. You can find more adventures on Amazon.com in the bookstore, Firebreathing Kittens, all one word, podcast. That's right, you can curl up with a good book based on one of our podcast episodes. The authors do a really great job of adapting them into fun novels. And did you know that we have webcomics? Look for the adventures of Firebreathing Kittens on webtoons.com. We also have official merchandise on redbubble.com. Yes, that's right. You really can own a notepad with the Firebreathing Kitten logo on the front, or one of your favorite characters. Go to redbubble.com and search for works from your favorite characters such as Frath, a monist, Azreen, and more.